All right. Salute to everyone watching these colors for the very first time. Father was speaking. I was listening to a lot of my older music, or listen to music that I'm actually working on now. And I have to say there is a presence on every single song. Like watching the music videos that's been done, there's a presence. On any of the older songs or any like albums that I've done, there's a presence. Undeniable presence. Like something from out of this world is inside of every single lyric. So we all know what that is. We all know who that is. That'll be none other than my family, my father, my brother. But I was looking at the music video. I'm gonna put it on the video I was looking at, and we're gonna go off from there. We're gonna go straight from there because that's what's happening. Everything that's going around is, I could put it, shenanigans. But only those who know the truth will not be fooled by the shenanigans. We're seeing the last empire, or the last so-called kingdom. I can put this. They are their last attempt, their last show. So they want to go out with a bang, if you know what I mean. So let's get to this intro. I spend too much time on this. For those who think it's the Sabbath, it is not. Put that out there. You cannot get to anything of the truth following your enemies. You're going to be further away from what you think you're doing. You have been put into a dream, a sleeper. You want to keep what is right, what is holy, but you are following those whom the Bible does not call holy, nor does he call them right, nor does he call them human. They said he will make my son, they're going to make my son into an abomination, abominable image. There is nothing on this earth where the Father wants anything white to be worshiped or praised. You can't find it. Anything that is white, made in the image of white, pale skin, and set up as an image anywhere is considered to be an idol, and everything that comes with it. Nothing that is of white pigment skin is to be honored or worshipped. Nothing. Moses, he screams. When Noah is born, people got scared. They say, oh, we must bow down and worship it. It's Noah, who's came out super duper albino. Not white, but albino. Not the white as in the white, Wilbur skin, Albino. He came into the colors of the angels. He shined. He caused a room to shine bright like angels. The father had to be the opposite of what Noah was, the color of it. Looked at his wife and was like, did you cheat on me? We need to talk. You see my color? You see his color? We got a problem. Then they had to take it all the way to who? Enoch. And Enoch said like, no, calm down. Your wife didn't go out there because first, but he went to the chain of command. The son did not go straight to his grandfather, Enoch. He went straight to Methuselah. Methuselah is Laman's father. So, hey, I don't know if my wife cheated or whatnot, but we got this child here. Methuselah's like, oh, don't worry about it. I'm going to go to granddad, okay? I'm going to go with my dad. We're going to talk about it, and I'll let you know something. Okay. So Methuselah goes to his father, who is what? Enoch. Hey, dad, my son, he just had a child. Oh, congratulations. Your grandpa now again, all of yeah, But he got a problem. What's that? He don't know if the child is his. What you mean? The child came out like, I don't know, like albino, opposite than our colors right here. Oh, man, tell him don't even sweat it. What? That's the promise. What? That's the one whom the father is going to deliver the people. Who? Noah. Oh, okay. So this from that. Okay, don't worry about it. I'm gonna tell her back. Boy, you ain't got nothing to worry about. She been faithful. That's just the promise the father said he's gonna do when he say he's gonna destroy the earth. So they knew that Noah was different. There was a mark put on him outside of all other people. It was the same thing as like mark the holy person. He was marked by that color. But there's nowhere in the scriptures where it have you bow down and worship anything of that color. Now, the Messiah and them, they're covered in glory. Now, the albino, Noah looked like that same kind of glory. But then the Messiah, he is exalted higher than any of the angels. Anything. So then he moves into the factor of being what? Worshipped. Angels are not. That's why I say he went on and gave this angel a name that's above every other name. All right. So we're going to go ahead and hit this up real quick and see what's going on here. There's a lot of good things going on. Don't be overshadowed by the bad stuff. That's just got to happen. But you're going to learn to see the truth. The truth is we're in a time of restoration. Restore. Let's get it.
At the sun. Elohim, and the books were open, and another book was open, which was in the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it, and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them, and they were judged, every man according to their works, in death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death, and whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. But I will tell you what will happen to cowards and to everyone who is unfaithful or dirty-minded or who murders or is sexually immoral or uses witchcraft or worships idols or tell lies. They will be thrown into that lake of fire and burning sulfur. This is the second death.
Your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Hey, Yahuwah says we are. Your haters, not your haters, they're your fruit testers. Multitude like the haters, not your haters.
Beats by other songs.
Truth colors, 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 truth colors. Hey, when you learn the truth, it will set you free. Many are held captive, stolen identity. But let me just shoot the breeze, release you from Satan's squeeze. He's all like enemies, no matter the color you see. That truth frame.
Beats by the sun.
Never turn back, never give up, never give in. This is living, change your thinking, renew your mind, everything that you need. It's past right inside, and you see it. It's never left outside, we love them. Prodigal son, realized restoration. Everyone's been waiting for heart operation. The word is pure salvation. Give me just a little minute, turn you on. Sympathies keep playing, turn you off. Many deaths in the camp, going around judgment, not lingering, no more time. Come straight to the camp. Y'all despise Illuminati in your plans. Yeah, y'all drive swords of the south. Y'all can't hide from the Almighty. When He rise, you can trace in y'all seed. Gotta die, so us out for favor and clout. What y'all gotta do to make you believe, to make you understand? No more games, it's not all about money and fame. Israel gotta live to rep His name. Store treasure in heaven, eternal gain. When we all choose to leave, never no more pain. Never give up, never give in. This is living, change your thinking, renew your mind, everything that you need. It's past right inside, and you see it. It's never left outside, we love them. Prodigal son, realized restoration. Everyone's been waiting for heart operation. The word is pure salvation. Feels like a blackout, we can see now, starting to come to. What was that all about? We in a covenant. When did this happen, man? The seed of Abraham comes through the genes of Shem. Yes, I know this, but what you saying, bruh? The book is called the Bible, history about us. Who else know this? Are we the only ones? Many are awakening, the nations being judged, son. We sin against our covenant, is out from the land. Suffer many repercussions on the transatlantic ocean. Called the middle passage, spelled again and again and again and again. Yeah, you get the point. Now I was calling home back to our land, but many are confused what time it is. Now I was calling home back to our land, but many are confused what time it is. Never give up, never give in. This is living, change your thinking, renew your mind, everything that you need. It's past right inside, and you see it. It's never left outside, we love them. Prodigal son, realized restoration. Everyone's been waiting for heart operation. The word is pure salvation. Never give in. This is living, change your thinking, renew your mind, everything that you need. It's past right inside, and you see it. It's never left outside, we love them. Prodigal son, realized restoration. Everyone's been waiting for heart operation. The word is pure salvation.
I'm about to step out and go live.
Even when we were dead in sin, hath quickened us together with Yahshua. By grace, ye are saved. For by grace are ye saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of Yah, not of works, lest any man should boast. For we are His workmanship, created in Yahshua HaMashiach unto good works, which Yah hath before ordained that we should walk in them. Yo, I can't make it so Yahshua can and broken is what we teach. Anything whole, so rejected. The bar and being projected. Man's darkness, souls afflicted. Itching is co-resisted. It's time to change, cause repentance. Without the blood, no remission. Preach the kingdom is the mission. Keys and the ignition. Saved by His blood, filled with His Holy Spirit. Yeah, this is kingdom living. I'm loving it. Yeah. Saved by His blood, filled with His Holy Spirit. Yeah, this is kingdom living. Yes, I'm loving it. Gone are the days, so-called spiritual cliches. What's gonna tell the truth, cause they rather get paid. Tell us on what's lies and find the peace. Stop the power, one day it's coming soon. Christians tell the doom. We talk about the armor of Yah, but we sing a different tune. Live my life daily to the moments of truth. Gaining it back slowly as my mind reboots. Caught a banging words to God. I thought it was you. Had to look very closely, it is far from the truth. Caught away with the doctrine. Elohim is only sovereign. They can focus on you. I suffered many lessons, endured many thrashes, sat in many classes. Now I'm putting it all in the trash can. Yeah, I need your protection, I need your help. I know I'm never alone. Yeshua's always there, holding my hand, leading me home. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm saved by His blood, filled with His Holy Spirit. Yeah, this is kingdom living. I'm loving it. Yeah. Saved by His blood, filled with His Holy Spirit. Yeah, this is kingdom living. Yes, I'm loving it. Yeah. I'm saved by His blood, filled with His Holy Spirit. Yeah, this is kingdom living. I'm loving it. Yeah. Saved by His blood, filled with His Holy Spirit. Yeah, this is kingdom living. Yes, I'm loving it.
come together, none can stand on their own. Put away our stubbornness, leave sin alone. The sound and earth tone.
Federal investigators concluded that this department does, in fact, use systemically racist practices and how it polices its city. What the federal investigators found was that there was a huge racial disparity in the number of black and white people who were either arrested, who received arrest warrants, who were frisked, and how force is used. In fact, from October 2012 to October 2014, not a single person was arrested in Ferguson, Missouri for resisting arrest who was not black.
See, they scared, they run with fear. It's okay for them when we shed our tears. Many mothers are crying from sons that died. They speak for justice, their tongues have lied. They shoot and kick until our blood was red. Patrol the street until some was dead. America's nightmare, no one is safe. Don't fear us, but he who pleads our case. Everyone will die and see his face. It's plain that took their life. Took the please part instead of make it right. Prepare when darkness turns to light.
When your fists in the air, fists in the air. When your fists in the air, fists in the air. When your fists in the air, fists in the air. When your fists in the air, fists in the air. When your fists in the air, fists in the air. When your fists in the air, fists in the air. When your fists in the air, fists in the air. When your fists in the air, fists in the air.
Thought revoke, they just want our vote, our coat, just different like Joseph's coat. We're men, need colors, we aren't unknown. Nations full of our ancestors' blood. They can't ignore what they can't destroy. Kill one of us, we'll come back for more. We're not our ancestors, you don't want this war. We've survived all they did employ. No Malcolm X, Black Panthers need us. No Martin Luther, they weren't our leaders. We turn our faith, hearts that beat as one. The only deliverer of Jacob's sons.
When your fists in the air, fists in the air. When your fists in the air, fists in the air. When your fists in the air, fists in the air. When your fists in the air, fists in the air. When your fists in the air, fists in the air. When your fists in the air, fists in the air. When your fists in the air, fists in the air. When your fists in the air, fists in the air.
Protesters took to the streets in Pennsylvania, ran all. They were chanting for justice after a 17-year-old was killed by police. You're looking at what happened in East Pittsburgh Tuesday. Police say Antoine Rose was shot 3 times while he was running from a car that had been pulled over. And the city's mayor says the officer who pulled the trigger was just sworn into duty that very same day. Police say Rose was a passenger in a car that may have been linked to a shooting earlier in the day. Officers say that he was not armed, but they did find 2 guns inside the car.
Seasons be changing and rearranging. When I spit the word, I be flying out the coop like a pigeon bird. Cage bird sing, make words bling, go together in any weather. Make rain fall, I'm in all, put it together like raindrops. Genesis, watch your arch nemesis, switch you up 40 days and 40 nights. It was fool's gold, watch it disappear like sand in your hand. I call 1-800-LORD when I get in the jam. Every time by my side, no need for the iron, cause the faith like a mustard seed is bigger than the giant. I'll be switching up, I'll be cutting up, I'll be racing when I'm not in his graces. I'm impatient, mash on the gas, 100 dash, ain't no way in. I know you feel my relation, I'm just saying, while others play the victim role, I'm chilling in the fire like Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego.
The wind is blowing, it is dark. People keep on going, gotta prove that they got heart. Willing to do anything to please and leave a mark. Not only taking the further away from where they are. I blame the system. The wind is blowing, it is dark. People keep on going, gotta prove that they got heart. Willing to do anything to please and leave a mark. Not only taking the further away from where they are. I blame the system.
We are told to be still and know that I'm Yah. But how many people actually just do that? We always get in His presence and want to begin to start uttering things He already knows. Just want you one time just to trust Him. I lift my hand to you, Yah. Problem cease as the sound of many waters. You care about me. You number my hairs. So I won't worry. No, 'cause you care for me. So I lift my hands before you, Yah. In representation of all the children you've given me, I lift my hands before you, Yah. You care for me with an
Beach Boy of the Sun.
Can't stop my fire, I was born to give praise. My name is Jesus, so is my name. I lift my hands over water and the rain. All power been given into my hands. Can't stop my fire, I was born to give praise. My name is Jesus, so is my name. I lift my hands over water and the rain. All power been given into my hands. Don't call me crazy, loco, mental missing some screws. A lot of people don't know they got the weather screwed. Many losing their souls, they don't know what to do. I try to help them with the words of the good news. Our Father given us the King, and yes, He did not fall. Right, exactly. Place the nations all against His wall. The Father said, blessed is He who overcomes them all. I was born to give praise. My name is Jesus, so is my name. I lift my hands over water and the rain. All power been given into my hands. Can't stop my fire, I was born to give praise. My name is Jesus, so is my name. I lift my hands over water and the rain. All power been given into my hands. When we get what we've been missing, do you know how to pay attention to alignment, reposition, with the hands, salvation, donations and innovations, reparations, bring innovation, transport to new locations. Yeah, it's gonna happen. One day, it's gonna happen. GO-SHEM, lift your hands and say it's gonna happen. One day, yes, it's gonna happen. Come on, lift your hands and say it's gonna happen. One day, it's gonna happen. Come on and lift your hands. It's gonna happen. One day, I lift my hands over water. It's gonna happen. GO-SHEM, lift your hands.
All right. I just thought I'd let that play right there for, like I said, there's a presence on all these songs and the other songs that, I mean, it's just a presence. You just feel like the Father or pretty much the Trinity is there. Like, so now we're in a time of restoration. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care what it feels like. I don't care if everything just blows up all around you. What you see is not what's, how can I put this? It's not what's staying. It's on its way out of here. So, you know, like people trying to tear the club up on their way out. But you're not to fear that. Not to be fearful. To be even dreadful of what the day is going to bring or the year is going to bring. Restore. to bring back to its former state, to bring back from a state of, watch this, ruin. Let me ask you a question. Have our people been ruined? That's an easy answer. If your answer is anything like no, we need you to look at the call part 1. Heck, go look at other people. Black Hebrew Israelite stuff. They got so much stuff going on that's showing how much we have been ruined. Heck, go look at the U.S. Congress of Libraries, Library of Congress, and go look up the many different, copyrighted files or copyrighted books of what they have done to ruin our people. Decay, disease. Do anyone have heart disease in the family? You see what I'm saying? Did they always tell you that it's genetically passed down to the next person? That you can't help it? Mind, like literally trying to literally tell you that you might be genetically just a disease? And how many people of our people actually believe that? Not understanding that what they eat has contributed to their health. That if you don't grow up eating a whole bunch, growing up eating pig, eating slop, that you yourself don't ever have to have any kind of heart problems, heart murmurs. That you yourself don't ever pick up any of the bad habits that's of the curse. That you will never have bad health, period. They always say that diabetes is passed through the family. It's genetic. No, it's genetically that you eat the wrong food. So genetically, you're going to get the same thing. That's all it is. But if you stop eating the foods that bring forth diabetes, you will never have diabetes in your life. If you don't ever eat the foods that cause for heart attacks, you will never ever have a problem with your heart trying to attack its body. You will never ever suffer that misery. You will never ever suffer that heartache. You will never ever have to have your loved ones come to the doctor to be over your sick bed because you done ate something that your body could not handle. You have been lied to from the moment you came out the womb. You were a byproduct of slavery in the hospital. Your marriage is a byproduct of slavery. You're still not even free in your so-called marriage. They benefit off of you saying, I do, under the states. That's why the scripture says, for whomever the Yah joins together, let no man put asunder. Meaning what? There will be brought an end to different marriages up under the different nations. They won't be regarded as anything. Because if the Father regards that, then he didn't regard our marriages in the land. And they came through and separated this man from this woman from this man, and literally made them go into other people. If the Father honors that state or honor those people in that manner by taking away what we consider to be marriage and giving us what they consider to be marriage, then the Father himself is a hypocrite. And I speak that as boldly as I can say it. Why? Because I know people say, did he just call the Father a hypocrite? I sure did. If he allows it, if he stands with that as the final say. That's why the Father said, look, I don't have the final say. I'm going to pass all this final say, the judgments, all judgments is going to be passed through my son. He's going to be the one you're going to be dealing with. Why? Watch this. Because he is the living Yah amongst you. You are the true living God, the true living Yah, the true living judge. People always say they don't even know what that means. That means this person is going to be on the earth living amongst you. Watch this. Supposed to be dead, but he's living. Let's go. The stuff is so simple, but we make it so deep because of where we've been taught. what they taught us in the church, what they taught you in the mosque, what they taught you anywhere you was at, and what you believe in your belief system at this very moment, is because of bad theology, not the gospel. When you receive the gospel is going to bring you right to where you need to be, in the right state, in the right frame of mind. The word would be to restore. So we have decay, disease, or the like. To do what? To shalom, to kusabi, to repair, to amend, right? To renew. To what? To recover. To give or bring back as that which has what? Been lost. I was lost, but now I'm or taken away, to bring back who? To the owner. Owned by Yah. So everyone is being brought back up under who? The one true king. The one true king. To replace, to renew, to reestablish, as to restore harmony among those who are variance, to give in place of, or as satisfaction for, to make good, to make amends for, to bring back from a state of injury. Have our people been injured? Are they injured? Or decay, or from a changed condition, as to restore a painting, statue, etc., to form a picture or model of, as of something lost or mutilated, as to restore a ruined building, city, or the like. What about a people? To restore a people as they once was before. Now, for those who are eavesdropping, which is the nations, as they always do, let this message ring loud and clear in your ears. The fact that you are scrambling to actually trying to control people through a microscopial or any kind of technology shows forth that you are at the end. You are the very same thing that the word says. You're trying to conquer more things, but now we're at the time where the people who you have taken from are about to be restored. So no matter how much damage and atrocities you cause our eyes to see, we will not see those things as what you see. We will see it. This is all has to happen in a time of restoration. When a person begins to restore a house, the first thing that takes place is what? Demolition. Demo has to take place. We want to restore this wall. We want to restore this back to its former glory. So we got to get rid of all of this. So they will go in with some hammers and start to beat the brakes off of the walls. They're going to tear down everything inside of it that looks horrible. This cannot be salvaged. We're going to give this place a whole new look. They're going to leave up the structures, but they're going to tear down anything that probably made up a room, that made up anything that they'll probably remind them of anything of the past. We're going to do this thing anew. And then they begin to leave up the old structure, and then begin to put in something new. They begin to restore the places, restore broken wood, anything that was, maybe cast over or got smelly from the waters. First, they'll go in to do what? And fix the leak. So if there's any kind of drainage, any kind of problems with water, they'll go in there and start to fix the sewage before they can even start to build a house. So all this gutting, demolition must take place first before the good stuff comes first. But this is all part of the blessing. When we say be blessed, guess what we're saying? May the Father go in and remove or demolition anything that causes you not to be what he created you to be. So we think that all the bad stuff that comes is literally of the devil. There is some bad things that has to happen to cause you to be able to see some things. Because without that incident, you would not see this truth. Now it didn't kill you. You got your stun, you got your whooping. Now learn from it and grow. With restoration comes demolition. The word even says, let me rejoice in the bones. Watch this. You have broken. Let me rejoice. What? Oh, wait a minute. Let me rejoice in my pain. Let me rejoice in the bones you have broken. How does that sound for restoration? Look, create me a clean heart, oh Yah. Let me hear joy and gladness. Let the bones you have crushed rejoice. Say what? Crushed? You say those words. Crushed. It said crushed. Oh my goodness. Oh, give me back. Look, oh, give me back my joy again. What's happening? Demolition. You have broken me. Now let me rejoice. Let me hear joy and gladness. Let the bones you have crushed rejoice. Hide your face from my sins and blot out all my iniquities. Let the bones that you have broken rejoice. Let the bones you have crushed rejoice. That the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice. There was pain in the midst of restoration. There was demo in the midst of restoration. When we say restoration, we're saying, come and demo my house. Demo my mind. Demo my heart. Demo my soul. Demo my spirit. Anything that's not supposed to be there, Father, remove it. Demolition me. Restore me. So what's taking place around the world? The Father's doing demo. We having demolition. We having human trials. Speaking of human trials, let's go find some guinea pigs. Now, Elon Musk has now, we've been on about, he's been doing this. He has brain chip. Yep. This has to happen. This is part of rebuilding the house. We can't get mad. We can be like, man, it's hit. It says, all you, watch what we're going to do. We're going to do stupid people watching. That's it. You will only see with your eyes. No, 1,000 shall fall. At your side, right? All right, and it says all you're gonna do is be just watching. That's it. You got a front row seat. That's it. This is restoration. All of this is restoration. 91 and 7, this is restoration. Look at your position. You are in position of being protected. Right? Nor the pestilence that stalks in the darkness, nor the calamity that destroys at noon. See, calamity, that's trouble. Trouble that starts in the noonday. Oh, there's fires. Oh, there's rain. Oh, there's floods. You will hear about it on the news. Nor the calamity that destroys at noon. Though 1,000 may fall at your side. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, my goodness. But watch this. And 10,000 at your right hand. No harm will come near you. Say what? So in the midst of all this bad stuff that's going on, none of it comes near me. Like it's not able to touch me. Yeah, it's not. Look what it says right here. Look what your seed is. This is your portion. Your portion is you will only see it with your eyes and witness what? The punishment of the wicked. Guess what this stuff is? There's a broom. So the ones who can get swept over or swept into this is trash. Just saying what it is. A big old broom is coming through. And those who throw themselves into this, the debris is being caught up under. Why? To bring forth restoration. When your floor is dirty, you don't say, oh my goodness, my floor is dirty, I'm gonna go just burn it. No, you get a broom and you sweep it. And then all the dust you find, whatever, or the trash you find, you put it into the garbage bin. Now, imagine everyone who does this stuff as garbage. They're all around you. But this broom called these different tests that people's gonna get into, these different, the cup of the Lord's wrath as potions and stuff that people gonna try. That's the debris, that's the dirt running to the broom so they can get swept up and put into the trash heap. But it's still all a part of what? Restoration. These things must happen. The floor must get clean somehow. And how much more is it to have dirt that literally connect with other dirt and they just like sort of kind of just throw themselves into the wastebasket themselves? But your position still again in all of this is to only watch. You have a seat at the show. You have a seat to see who will give up their souls and for what they will give it up and how much they consider their souls to be worth. Like Davido or Davido. This boy got a star on got a star ring. Just like, like many of the different artists in America who done sold their soul to the devil. So Davido, he done made that deal. So in Afrobeats, they done made deals. Trust me, I'm just want to put that out there to everybody. Like, so anyone who wants what they want at this moment, this is that time for you to be attracted to what you really are. If you dirt, you're gonna be attracted. Dirt gonna draw dirt. And it's all to sweep up the people and put them into the garbage bin in the end. So Davido done sold his soul for what? For the fame, for what he does. He's living his so-called best life now. Why? To be burning forever, eternally, right? So you will only see it with your eyes and witness the punishment of the wicked. See, now that I'm he, there is no judge besides me. I bring death and I give life. I wound and I heal. And there is no one who can deliver from my hand. All my bones will exclaim, who is like you, O Yah, who delivers the afflicted from the aggressor, the poor and needy from the robber. What did he call America? What did he call your enemies? Aggressors and robbers. That's what they are. They might want to call themselves any name they want to call themselves, but they are considered to be robbers, thieves. So now you're putting your money, your bid in with thieves, robbers. Do not think you're going to walk away with your life because you have literally put your bed in with thieves, robbers. Don't expect the best to come to you if you have put your bed in amongst thieves, robbers, killers. But all this stuff must happen so it can bring forth restoration. This is all part of restoration. Without the bone breaking, without the Elon Musks, without the beats, without the mark, with all those things, Nothing will be done according to the word as it is said. This has to happen for restore. But then when you see whoever goes up and get what they're going to go get and do what they're going to go do, then you understand like, oh, okay. So the trash done finally took itself out. That's it. Sad situations. All you're going to do is hear about it from the comfort of your own home. You're going to hear about what happens to the wicked. Let's go.
Company Neuralink has just received FDA approval to start testing brain chip implants in humans. This is important because Neuralink is working on helping blind people see and solving many types of neurological disorders like depression, dementia, seizures, strokes, and eventually helping paralyzed people walk.
Now, I want y'all to understand something. There is a total linkage of opposites going on right here. When you hear it, I'm gonna go ahead from the beginning again and see if you can see it. And then we're gonna point it out. To see that this way right here is very dangerous.
Chip implants in humans.
Okay.
This is Elon Musk's company Neuralink has just received FDA approval to start testing brain chip implants in humans. This is important because Neuralink is working on helping blind people see.
What did he say? Helping blind people see. Let me see. So he's putting a chip inside of people's brain to help them see. When there was one person who opened what? Blind eyes. Without the use of technology. Ooh, opposites right there. So we have scriptures that shows forth that he did the healing of the blind. So when Elon Musk begins to heal the blind with this chip, this will be considered as a lying wonder. Okay, I want y'all to get that. Let's go. Psalms 148 and 46 and 8. Yah opens the eyes of the blind. Yah raises up those who are bowed. Ooh, bowed down. He raises them up. So the ones who will bow before the king, those are the ones who get lifted up. Yah loves the righteous. Only the righteous will bow. Right? The righteous person, they bows, right? Then the eyes of the blind will be open. So you can see what the unrighteous is going to do. The unrighteous are going to refuse to bow. That's why you see in the end, in the book of Enoch, how they're thrown into the lake of fire. They're all killed, right? So the ones who are going to humble themselves under the mighty hand, which is those who humble themselves under the king, are the ones of whom the Father is going to lift up, or the king will lift up in the last days. Then the eyes of the blind will be open, and the ears of the deaf will be unstopped. Why is it showing that in the last days as well in Isaiah 35 and 5? Because there is a false miracles that's going to be taking place. Imagine this. He's like, oh, I can see through the brain. But you now belong to whomever chip the name that is on you or inside of you has been given to you. You become their slave, their servant. On that day, the deaf will hear words of a book. Wow, that means you could have been hearing it all your life, but never heard it. And out of their gloom and darkness, the eyes of the blind will see. Hear, you deaf, and look, you blind, that you may see. To open blind eyes, to bring out prisoners from the dungeon, and to those who dwell in darkness from the prison. And he answered and said to them, go and report to John what you have seen and heard. The blind receive sight. Now, do you see any part with the implanting of a chip? Nope. The lame walk with the implanting of a microchip in the brain. Nope. The lepers are cleansed, which is talking about different diseases, right? Because we're just talking about other diseases outside of just being blind, everything like that. He's trying to go into other diseases through the brain. With the implanting of a chip. Nope. And the deaf hear with the implanting of a chip. Nope. The dead are raised up. Woo! With the implanting of a chip. Nope. The poor have the gospel preached to them. Through the implanting of a chip. No. You don't see that. What about this one? The Spirit of Yah is upon me because he anointed me to preach. Okay, so maybe they must have said at the very beginning that this microchip has been anointed. The anointed microchip that goes into the brain. I mean, it's starting at the crown of the head. It's not reaching to the feet, but it's starting at the head at least, right?
Elon Musk's company Neuralink has just received FDA approval to start testing brain chip implants in humans.
So you have to have a chip implanted into your brain for you to be so-called healed. That is called a false sign, a false wonder. And people will be wondering when that thing takes place. Because anyone who has not been able to hear or see or walk for, watch this, years or all their life, they're going to come and running to these people who do this kind of stuff and begin to praise them, begin to honor them. And then they'll start to say like, all right, watch this. Where is the people, so now Benny Hinn and all these other people, these fake wonders, are going to be shamed, because the real has not come forth. So then now people can turn their nose up at the Bible. The Bible promised all these things, but never delivered. We never saw it in our time, in our day frame, or not in our timeline, in our days of our lives. But we have seen this thing come through and work. Therefore, what? People begin to start speaking against what they do not understand. They'll begin to start to turn away from stuff, right? When I went to the church, now Benny Hinn and all them, now look at the role that they have played in now in hurting people in the last days. Because all these false miracles, false signs is now made way for the beast and his system to come right on in. Because there is no reports of anyone ever being healed by Benny Hinn. None. All reports have been false. It's like, he said, well, all of the miracles are not real. False miracles. False teachers, Benny Hinn. Now watch this. I love this. Because he's going to do the opposite of what the Bible says. In December 1973, Hinn traveled with other Christians to Pittsburgh to attend a miracle healing service led by Catherine Kuhlman, the foremost faith healer of that day. See? Though Hinn never met Kuhlman personally, she left an indelible impression on him. And at the service, he had a life-changing religious experience. Shortly after, he received a vision of people falling into a roaring fire and heard the words, "If you do not preach, every soul who falls will be your responsibility." Later that year, he began to preach and claimed that at this time, God miraculously cured him of a terrible stutter. So he cured him of a terrible stutter. See what the word says. I will speak to this people strange tongues. Yah will speak to this people. That means opposite. Very well then, with foreign lips, that means if you are speaking any kind of language you were speaking before you got captured and put into slavery, and strange tongues will speak to this people. That's English. That's the nations. He's gonna speak to you from the nations who actually done took you. Strange language. English is a strange language for most people here in the land. They don't understand that. Me don't understand. He would speak to these people with mocking lips and foreign tongues. Everyone says that English is a witchcraft language. Like when you say something, it might be mocking you. Mocking lips and foreign tongues. For with stammering lips and another tongue will he speak to this people. This man said what? The Father cured him of a terrible stutter. Now, that means the Father's going to speak to these people with one stammering lips, stutter. Like he spoke with, like he used Moses to speak to the people. He stuttered. Moses had a lisp. Now, he said the Father cured him of a stutter. Supposedly he was cured of a stutter. Why did he say that? When I say, hey, I stuttered, like who? Like Moses, and I was cured of it. Moses wasn't cured of his stutter. His brother just came along, and as he spoke for him, because Moses didn't feel, how can I put it? He didn't feel confident enough to speak to the people on his own. Yeah. Yeah. You will no longer see the insolence. A people whose speech is unintelligible, see? Who stammer in a language you cannot understand. Now, if that don't get simple, I don't know what will. For you are not being sent to a people of unfamiliar speech or difficult language, but to the house of Israel. Indeed, Yah will teach this people in a more humiliating way by men with stammering lips and a foreign tongue. The Spirit of Yah is upon me, because he has anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim the release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to set free those who are oppressed. And Isa said, for judgment I came into this world, so that those who do not see may see, and that those who see may become blind. Oh, do you see that? So everyone who's getting this Neuralink put in them and think they're going to actually be seeing is going to actually become blind. They already can't see, they're going to become blind. The ones who think they see now, that their intellect, their smart, their wisdom, their knowledge, their understanding, all going to shambles. Since the beginning of time, it has never been heard that anyone opened the eyes of a person born blind. Others were saying, these are not the sayings of one demon possessed. A demon cannot open the eyes of the blind, can he? Look what he just said. A demon cannot open the eyes of the blind, can he? What's he doing again? He's using a microchip to open the eyes of the blind. But let's go back and visit that again. It said a demon. A demon. The devil cannot open the eyes of the blind, can he? Obviously, he cannot. Not without technology. Let's go.
Elon Musk's company Neuralink has just received FDA approval to start testing brain chip implants in humans. This is important because Neuralink is working on helping blind people see and solving many types of neurological disorders like depression, dementia, seizures, strokes, and eventually helping paralyzed people walk. You may have seen a couple years ago, they implanted 2 chips in a monkey to play a video game with just its mind. And now that same concept will be tested in paralyzed patients so they can do daily tasks on a computer without needing their limbs. Neuralink is a small but mighty company with grand ambitions. The company was started in 2016 by Elon Musk and several others, and now has offices in Silicon Valley, California, and Austin, Texas.
It was started when? 2016. Earth Tones come out in 2017. A Great Sign takes place in 2017. He started his company in 2016. 2 years or 3 years later, we got COVID-19. And thus, here we are now, where we are at human trials to have them implanted with a microchip that will cause them to be able to see, be able to hear, be able to walk. Are you starting to see something? One is the real thing. The other is something that's trying to act like the real thing and try to do what was done before that took no technological help whatsoever to do. He said did not need technology to cause you to be able to see. He said did not need technology to cause you to be able to walk. He said did not need technology to be able to raise you from the dead. None of that. When he cured you, you was cured. Without the help of technology. So if you need something technological, now watch this. This brings you into the form of upgrade, right? So inside of upgrade
This major
was about
milestone
a man who was paralyzed in a sense, and they used this chip called stem, and they put him right there at the stem of his back. And stem pretty much tells him at the end that he's still a paraplegic, but it was the computer chip attached itself to his brain, but it had codes, it had like passwords, it had things it could not bypass. But then when Stem wanted to actually break free, he began to cause this man to investigate his wife's murder and try to come after his wife's murderers, whatnot. And the man who made the chip, began to find out what he was doing and began to start to shut down Stem from the inside of the man's body. Stem says he's going to try to shut you down, but if you can get to these places real quick, we can actually boot you back online. He says, without me, pretty much this man cannot walk. So he's still a paraplegic. So is this person really able to walk? Or is he really healed? Or is it just this machine that's attached itself to his brain in that area and now it's causing him to walk? If that's the case, it is still the microchip that's doing the work, not you. Now, actually, an upgrade, Elon Musk the man might be portraying Elon Musk, but in the end, what it shows is that this man is actually being controlled. See, this is 2018. His company got started in 2016. And literally, in 2018, they come out with the movie Upgrade. Set in the near future. See, look. Set in the near future. Technology controls nearly all aspects of life. But when the world of gray, a self-labeled technophobe, is turned upside down, set for the future, right? It just said it. Now, this is the one who makes STEM. He would probably be in the place of who? Probably Elon Musk. Now, STEM was controlling Aaron King or Harrison Gilbertson. He was controlling him. Now, and his name is Elon, like Elon. Simeon or Simon Maiden, this is the one who plays the voice of the microchip. You understand? And it's like a whole bunch of, this one, he is an upgraded person. He's got some modifications inside of him, got a chips inside of him. He got chips inside of him. She works for a business that's also something like his. She is a cop in this movie. And this is, I don't know what he is. I think he also probably is upgraded. It's a couple of people. Yep, he gets killed because he's the bar owner. This one stands in front and says, like, this man tells him, no, you don't have to take any more bullets for me. So this person, he is upgraded as well. But STEM wants to, take out anyone else who's upgraded outside of him. So it's like to take out the competition. So he is literally just connected straight to the spleen or the spine. And from there, he controls everything. This, they have modification, things being implanted into them, like guns, different kind of things being implanted inside of them. Everything is being done just from a microchip that's been inserted or right there, just put onto the spine. And STEM causes him a paraplegic to be able to walk. Them, they upgraded with just weapons and shooter, and STEM don't like that. So STEM wants to use dude who plays his Venom to actually take him out. Anyone who can actually stop STEM wants to actually remove them. So it's literally a hostile takeover. So STEM has control over his maker. I would not doubt the same thing with Elon Musk. That Elon Musk could also be prisoner of what he is creating.
Of getting FDA approval is a huge step in bringing this amazing technology to those who need it most. Welcome to Neuropod, a channel covering all topics related to Elon Musk's brain-machine interface company, Neuralink. In this update, I'll share a clip of Neuralink's head neurosurgeon, Dr. Matt McDougall, discussing the safety of the implants. We'll look at a close-up view of Neuralink's electrode threads. And for those who don't know, these are the threads that are connected to the implanted chips and essentially get sewn into the brain with the Neuralink robot. I'll show a picture of Neuralink's mock operating room and some short videos of Neuralink's animals in action. Then, have you ever wondered if your head would get too hot while charging your Neuralink? I'll share a clip of what the heat map of a Link implant looks like when it's charging. And then we'll finish off the episode with a few cool things, one of which is a video clip of Dr. McDougall sharing his primary motivation for working with Neuralink.
The safety of the device, I would absolutely vouch for. From the hundreds of surgeries that I've personally done with this, I think it's much safer than many of the industry standard FDA-approved surgeries that I routinely do on patients that are no one even thinks twice about their standard of care. Neuralink has already reached, in my mind, a safety threshold that is far beyond a commonly accepted safety threshold.
Neuralink has started to share more details about the tech they're using and building. One post from their Tech Tuesday series on Twitter gives us a close-up, zoomed-in view of the electrode threads they insert into the brain. Neuralink says, "Our thin, flexible threads are a few red blood cells wide, minimizing the brain's response to them." Before I read the rest of this post, I reiterate this fact that the smaller the threads are, the less likely it is that the brain will have a severe immune response. That is, if the threads are small enough, the brain may not even recognize that they're there. And of course, if the brain doesn't know something's there, it's not going to try and attack that something. For some reference, principal investigator at Neuralink, Dan Adams, added this. The rectangular hole at the end of each thread is about 15 micrometers wide. A human red blood cell is about 8 micrometers in diameter, and 1 micrometer equals 1/1000th of a millimeter. Also, one more thing I should mention is that another BCI device called a deep brain stimulator has leads that are around 800 times thicker in diameter, and that device is already able to treat neurological conditions like Parkinson's disease. Imagine how much better Neuralink will be able to do. The original post continues on to say, we use scanning electron microscopy to verify process control, understand defects, and sometimes take glamour shots. Fortunately, more info about the threads were given with this next post. In this video, we can see Neuralink testing their threads. They say, we use dynamic mechanical analyzers to fatigue test our threads and identify changes in their mechanical properties over time. It's hard to spot, but here you can see us testing a thread by emulating the brain motion due to our heartbeat at 1 Hz and an accelerated test at 10 Hz. These threads need to not only be able to last for a long time, but they're also in quite a harsh environment. The brain is also not stationary. As the post alludes to, even when we quote-unquote aren't moving, our heartbeat is causing motion. Furthermore, since Neuralink wants to design these devices where anyone could get one, people will need to be able to go about their daily activities and even play sports while a Neuralink or two are implanted. As such, these threads need to be robust, yet flexible to move with the body, and last a long time. If you're interested in learning whether you may qualify for the Neuralink clinical trials, apply to join the patient registry at www.neuralink.com/patient-registry. Anyone within the United States who is at least 18 years old and the age of majority in their state who is able to consent and who has quadriplegia, paraplegia, vision loss, hearing loss, and/or the inability to speak is invited to participate in the patient registry. Here's a picture of Neuralink's mock operating room. Neuralink says, we practice surgeries on proxies with all the hardware and instruments needed in our mock OR in the engineering space. This helps us rapidly test and benchmark surgical improvements. A great surgery is a boring one, and practice makes perfect. As Neuralink discussed multiple times throughout their November 22 show and tell event, they are doing all they can to test the devices in the lab prior to testing in animals. By creating fake brains that have similar material characteristics to actual brains, they can learn how to optimize the efficiency and safety of their surgeries. This is a picture of the brain proxy that I took when I attended the event at headquarters last year. Look at Neuralink's monkey named Pager. He celebrated his 12th birthday foraging for treats. This is the same monkey from a couple years ago that I showed earlier. He had 2 Neuralinks implanted and was thus able to play a video game with just his mind. This is just one of the many animal models that Neuralink has been testing their devices on. Prior to getting FDA approval, the team has been testing in the laboratory environment and has also tested in rats, pigs, sheep, and monkeys. This is what Neuralink's newest wireless charger looks like. As you can see from this looping video, the surface area of the charger is larger than the Link implant. Neuralink posted this, saying, we test the thermal performance of our implants to ensure safety and improve efficiency. Here we are taking infrared images to detect hotspots on the bottom surface of an implant while charging with the charger coil in different positions. Stay cool. You might be wondering how this charging would take place in practice. For Neuralink monkeys, they sit on branches as shown in this video.
The troop has been trained to charge themselves. So let's see how Pager charges his implant. On the right, we're streaming real-time diagnostics from Pager's N1. When he climbs up and sits below the coil, you can see the charger automatically detect his presence and transition from searching to charging. We see the regulated power output on a scale of 0 to 1 and the current driven into his battery.
And for humans, the plan is to have the charger inside some type of headwear, whether that be a nightcap or a baseball cap. This is the primary thing that drives Dr. McDougall to work with Neuralink.
I love the idea down the road, and we're talking, a 10-year, maybe 20-year time frame of humans just getting control over some of the horrible ways that their brains go wrong, right? So I think everybody at this point has either known someone or second order known someone, a friend of a friend, who has been touched by addiction or depression, suicide, obesity. These functions of the brain or malfunctions of the brain are what drives me. These are the things that I want to tackle in my career.
I also often get asked about the pros and cons of surgically implanted devices versus non-invasive devices. Dr. McDougall articulated this nicely. He shared the primary reason why invasive brain-machine interfaces are more appealing than non-invasive BMIs or wearable headsets.
That's a useful way to think about these assistive devices. How much information are you able to get into the brain and out of the brain usefully? And right now that number is very small, even compared to the old modems. But you have to ask yourself, when you're looking at a technology, what's the ceiling? What's the theoretical maximum? And for a lot of these technologies, the theoretical maximum is very low, disappointingly low, even if it's perfectly executed and perfectly developed as a technology. And I think the thing that attracts a lot of us to a technology like Neuralink is that the ceiling is incredibly high. There's no obvious reason that you can't interface with millions of neurons as this technology is refined and developed further. So that's the kind of wide band, high bandwidth brain interface that you want to develop if you're talking about a semantic prosthetic, an AI assistant to your cognitive abilities. The more sci-fi things that we think about in the coming decades. So it's an important caveat when you're evaluating these technologies. You really want it to be something that you can expand off into the sci-fi.
And 3 last things to wrap up the episode. Elon saw and liked the latest video I posted on Twitter. Please consider following @Neuropod, as this is where I'll post the most timely updates. And the second thing is I was interviewed by Michael Maddaluni on a show called The Singularity Lab. Mike's an excellent interviewer, so I encourage you to check out that with the link in the description. And the third thing is I want to encourage anyone who is inspired by Neuralink's general mission to end suffering due to many neurological diseases to apply to join the team.
Encourage anyone who is, excited about things like that, especially mechanical engineers, software engineers, robotics engineers. Come to the Neuralink website and look at the jobs we've got. We need the brightest people on the planet working on the hardest problems in the world, in my opinion. And so if you want to work on this stuff, come help us.
You don't need to be a fantastic neurosurgeon or have a deep expertise in a brain-related field. Instead, they're looking for passionate people who care deeply about the mission of the company. The team is still quite small at around 300 employees. By comparison, Tesla has around 130,000. My name is Ryan Tanaka. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to stay informed about Neuralink.
So we've got an amazing amount of new developments to share with you that I think are incredibly exciting, as well as tell you about the future of what we're planning to do here. The overarching goal of Neuralink is to create ultimately a whole brain interface, a generalized input-output device that in the long term literally could interface with every aspect of your brain, and in the short term can interface with any given section of your brain and solve a tremendous number of things that cause debilitating issues for people. So we are all already cyborgs in a way, in that your phone and your computer are extensions of yourself. And I'm sure you found, if you leave your phone behind, you end up tapping your pockets and it's like having missing limb syndrome. Leaving your phone behind is kind of like a missing limb at this point. You're so used to interfacing with it. You're so used to being a de facto cyborg. So what's the limitation on a phone or a laptop? The limitation is the rate at which you can receive and send information, especially the speed with which you can send information. So if you're interacting with a phone, it's limited by the speed at which you can move your thumbs, or the speed at which you can talk into your phone. This is an extremely low data rate. You know, maybe it's like 10, optimistically 100 bits per second, but a computer can communicate at gigabits, terabits per second. So Justin Roiland in the audience. Hi, Justin. So it's a little Rick and Morty reference here. Great Rick and Morty episode about intelligence enhancement of your dog, and what's the worst that could happen? This video is now 18 months old. So this is Pager, who is playing monkey mind pong. So this is, Pager has a Neuralink implant in this video, and the thing that's interesting is that you can't even see the neural implant. We've miniaturized the neural implant to the point where it matches the thickness of the skull that is removed. So it's essentially it's sort of like having an Apple Watch or a Fitbit, replacing a piece of skull with like a smartwatch. Pager first learned to play Pong with a joystick, so I'm like, that was novel. It's like I didn't know monkeys could play Pong, but they can. And we took the joystick away and have the Neuralink telepathic video games, essentially. So what we've been doing since then is we've been on the very difficult journey from prototype to product. We've been working hard to be ready for our first human, and obviously we want to be extremely careful and certain that it will work well before putting a device in a human. But we've submitted, I think, most of our paperwork to the FDA, and we're probably in about 6 months we should be able to have our first Neuralink in a human. So we do everything we possibly can to test the devices before, not even going into a human, before even going into an animal. So we do benchtop testing, we do accelerated life testing. We have a fake brain simulator that has the texture, and it's like emulating a brain, but it's sort of rubber. We do everything we possibly can with rigorous benchtop testing. So we're not cavalier in putting devices into animals. Since the Pager demo, we've expanded to work with a troop of 6 monkeys. We've actually upgraded Pager. They do varied tasks, and we do everything possible to ensure that things are stable and replicable, and that the device lasts for a long time without degradation. What you're seeing there is, it looks like the Matrix, but that's actually that's a real output of neural signals. That's not a simulation or just a screensaver or something. Those are actual neurons firing. Sake, that's one of our other monkeys, typing on a keyboard. What's really cool here is Sake, the monkey, is moving the mouse cursor using just his mind. It's also important to show that Sake actually likes doing the demo and is not like strapped to the chair or anything. So the monkeys actually enjoy doing the demos because they get the banana smoothie, and it's kind of a fun game. The first 2 applications we're going to aim for in humans are restoring vision. This is like notable in that even if someone has never had vision ever, like they were born blind, we believe we can still restore vision. The other application being in the motor cortex, where we would initially enable someone who has almost no ability to operate their muscles, sort of like a sort of Stephen Hawking type situation, and enable them to operate their phone faster than someone who has working hands. I mean, as miraculous as it may sound, we're confident that it is possible to restore full body functionality to someone who has a severed spinal cord. I want to emphasize again that the primary purpose of this update is recruiting. If there's one message I want to convey, is that...
Listen what he said. He said we can restore what? Someone who needs recovery on their spinal cord. This is the same thing where STEM was placed at the spinal cord in the movie Upgrade. So Iran is literally Elon Musk. And the man who actually gets the upgrade was probably the first one for the human trials. STEM took over the man. STEM came in and literally put the man in another conscious. He put him in a place where he wanted to be. So now this, watch this. STEM puts this man into a dreamlike state. So he takes him back to his best memory and he literally locks him in that prison. While STEM now lives his best life in this man's body. Yeah.
That if you have expertise in creating advanced devices like watches and phones, computers, then your capabilities would be of great use in solving these important problems.
So our first steps along these dimensions for our device is what we call the N1 implant. It's a size of about a quarter, and it has over 1,000 channels that are capable of recording and stimulating, microfabricated on a flexible thin film arrays that we call threads. It's fully implantable and wireless, so no wires, and after the surgery, the implant is under the skin and it is invisible. It also has a battery that you can charge wirelessly, and you can use it at home. So similarly, for implanting our device safely into the brain, we built a surgical robot that we call the R1 robot. So here it is. That's our R1 robot with our patient alpha, who is lying comfortably on the patient bed. This is what we call the targeting view. So what you're seeing is this is a picture of our brain proxy, and the pink represents the cortical surface that we want to insert our electrodes into, and the black represents the vasculatures that we want to avoid. So this is another view real quick. On the left is the view of the insertion area, and on the right, what the robot's going to do is it's going to peel the array, the threads, one by one from its silicon backing, and insert it into the targets that we predetermined in the targeting view. There you go. That's the first insertion.
It's quite accurate, but it's a bit slower than what we would like. And cursor control is the foundation for interacting with most computer applications. So since then, we've been working to improve cursor speed and accuracy. As you can see, it's much, much faster, almost twice as fast. So we are working and we are designing mouse and keyboard interfaces for the brain. The way we do that is by training Pager and his friends on a variety of computer tasks, and then designing algorithms to predict the behavior. Here you can see a few examples of tasks in different phases of monkey training. For example, left and right click, click and drag, cursor typing, sprite typing, handwriting, and even hand gestures. I like when I click on a button and I can physically feel the button being pressed. When a potential N1 user will attempt to click, they won't be able to feel it. An example of how we are addressing that is by providing a real-time visual feedback that represents the strength of the neural click by changing the color of the cursor. Just by typing on a physical keyboard is much faster and easier than typing on an iPad keyboard. This will make the brain control much faster and easier to use. We start this project with our monkeys, but of course they don't know how to write. So to mimic writing, we train Ranger, one of our favorite monkeys, to trace digits on an iPad. Here you can see him tracing the digit 5 and the digit 2. Then we recorded his neural activity with the N1 device. But now, instead of decoding the cursor velocity, we decode in real time the digits that he's tracing on the screen. The second one, that although it can increase the typing rate, it requires hundreds of examples and samples of each of the digits and the characters we wanted to classify. This would not scale. The way we are solving that is by indirection. Instead of decoding directly the digits, we first decode the hand trajectory of on the screen. And then, when we decoded the hand trajectory, we can use any off-the-shelf handwriting classifier to predict the digits and the characters. For example, classifiers that are trained on an MNIST dataset. Why it's so important? It's important because now we can potentially decode any character in any language with only one neural decoder for hand trajectory. It means that you can write in English, Hebrew, Mandarin, or even monkey language, and we can understand you wanted a banana.
Here's what we want that experience to feel like. In this video, you can see Saki walking over to his MacBook and choosing to work on his typing task. The entire decoding system works out of the box, and it feels totally plug and play. The first step to achieving this kind of high reliability is to test extensively offline. A typical flow for using the N1 link is to connect over Bluetooth, stream out neural activity from the brain, and then use that neural activity to train decoders and do real-time inference. We've built a simulation for exactly this sequence, but instead of using a monkey with an implant, we use a simulated brain that injects synthetic neural activity into an implant sitting in a server rack. From the point of view of that implant, it's in a real brain. Here on the right, you can see that this bias is making it hard for the cursor to move to the upper right corner. You see it struggling here to make it up to the upper right, and then it moves much more effortlessly down to the bottom left. We're trying many approaches to mitigate this problem. Some examples include building models on large data sets of many days of data to try to find patterns of neural activity that are stable across days. Another approach we're trying is to continuously sample statistics of neural activity on the implant and use the latest estimates to pre-process the data before feeding it into the model. Over the last year, we've made tremendous improvements to the stability and reliability of our system. And we've been able to demonstrate consistent high performance across many sessions and many months.
We designed the custom neural sensors, which include both analog and digital circuitry, to record and stimulate across 1,024 independent channels. We faced challenges across all three major metrics: performance, power, and area. Not only do we have to fit all 1024 channels into a single quarter-sized implant, but we also have to measure spiking activity less than 20 microvolts in amplitude. And today, I'd like to focus on the last challenge I mentioned, power. Power consumption is important to us because we want to give future users a full day of use of their implant without any interruption for charging. Back in 2018, we were sending every sample from every channel off the device for processing, which burned a ton of power. In 2020, we brought spike detection onto the chip. As you may know, neurons transmit information by firing, so simply monitoring for these spikes and only sending these spike events off the implant acts as a very efficient form of compression. And over the past 2 years, we've continued to make optimizations within the ASIC, dropping the total system power consumption down to just 32 milliwatts and doubling battery life. Let's take a look at our on-chip spike detection algorithm, which makes our battery-powered implants possible. We first start by applying a 500 Hz to 5 kHz bandpass filter to remove noise that's out of band. Next, we use an estimate of the noise floor to generate an adaptive threshold per channel. And finally, our spike detector module identifies 3 key points of a spike. Identifying 3 points allows us to detect not just the presence of a spike, but the shape of a spike as well. This can be extremely important for distinguishing between multiple neurons adjacent to a single channel. Today, I'd like to focus on one of the many optimizations that we've made in our latest chip. This one specifically cutting system power by 15%. In our latest chip, we split the state into 2 parts, a hot state and a cold state. The hot state is accessed on every cycle, while the cold state is only accessed once the threshold is crossed, reducing the average access width and saving power. This is a view of the insertion site, similar to the one that DJ showed you earlier. But instead of the targeting reticles, if you look closely, you can see that all 64 threads, each carrying 16 electrodes, have been inserted into the brain proxy while avoiding vasculature, and all just within the past 20 minutes.
In pursuit of these goals, our charging system has gone through several engineering iterations. The first, if you watched our PIG demo in August of 2020, Gertrude was implanted with a version of the N1 charged with our first generation charger. This device was implemented in a small puck package and later separated into a remote coil and battery base. This charger was challenging to use. However, we learned a lot through its implementation. With the addition of one new outer control loop plus a banana smoothie pump, the troop has been trained to charge themselves. So let's see how Pager charges his implant. On the right, we're streaming real-time diagnostics from Pager's N1. When he climbs up and sits below the coil, you can see the charger automatically detect his presence and transition from searching to charging. We see the regulated power output on a scale of 0 to 1 and the current driven into his battery.
So when we started building implants, in our original implementation of these systems, we used off-the-shelf components to start automating tests quickly. However, these systems were constructed in a relatively artisan fashion and were very difficult to maintain. And this meant that testing quickly became the bottleneck for development. So to alleviate this, the hardware and software teams developed a new system which integrates all the required components onto a single baseboard. We can then put the charger and implant hardware on individual modules that plug into this baseboard, including one board with opposing coils so that we can test charging performance. This architecture allows us to rapidly iterate different hardware prototypes because we can simply drop them into this system and reuse all the testing infrastructure. Additionally, we can host the current and next generation of our neural ASICs onto FPGAs and plug those into this board as well. And that allows us to test a whole extra layer altogether. So that's how we generated this rather inceptive image here on the right. What you're looking at is spiking activity emitted from some of our simulated neural sensors, streamed through the entire system over Bluetooth, and then displayed on a phone. This allows us to test everything in one system from chip to cloud. This system is 1/5 the cost, 1/5 the volume, and is very easy to manufacture. This allows every developer to have a personal unit on their desk, and it also allows us to shard the entire test suite over a large number of these units mounted into a rack. All of this has greatly accelerated our rate of development. In our original implementation of doing these impedance scans, it took 4 hours to get through all 1,000 channels. We're now able to scan all 1,000 channels in just 20 seconds. This means that we can run impedance on every implant every day. And then our internal dashboards can play back a history of this impedance so that we can get a really good quantitative insight into that interface between biology and electronics.
As you can see, our internal humidity sensing is so sensitive, it can even detect the very small and slow humidity rise just from diffusion through our implant materials. Now, in blue, you can see that same internal humidity data, but from devices in our accelerated system. Now, if we adjust this data for our acceleration factor, you can begin to see not only the agreement in this data, but also just how far into the future this data extends. Now, in red, you can see a device which has failed in our accelerated system. This device showed an abnormal increase in humidity over the duration of many months before implant electronic failures occurred. Well, we started building the first system prototype just after the COVID shutdown had begun in early 2020. So we had to get a little creative. As you can see, our first system prototype was a little scrappy and operated out of one of our apartments, as indicated by the carpeting. Over the duration of just a few months, the system was built out totally custom and highly iterated with 2 system versions and countless minor iterations, leading us to our currently operated 3rd generation system, which achieves high density testing with automatic in-vessel charging as well as automatic data collection. We also integrated the system into a high density rack mount form factor, along with a centralized fluid management system, both for chemical uniformity across vessels and also reduced operational maintenance. The system has been in operation for the last 1.5 years and has had its fair share of challenges. Since the system itself, well, we have started work on our 4th generation system and have totally redesigned it from the ground up to be a hot swappable single implant per vessel design, partly inspired by high density compute servers. With this new system, we will achieve a whole new level of density, robustness, and scale.
So the way that the team solved this is by putting all 3 of these optical paths into one optical stack using photon magic or polarization, whatever you want to call it. And that enables us to do vessel avoidance in real time. So as I mentioned, the brain is moving, and where we place targets in the beginning may not be where you want to insert at the moment the needle is going down there. So the robot can actually detect the vessels and then determine if we're going to insert onto a vessel or not, if it's safe to insert, and then that way we can avoid inserting onto major vessels. And that brings us to the robot that we have here today.
Our current custom optical systems offer pretty incredible capabilities for imaging the exposed brain surface. Once the dura is in place, you can't see the dense vasculature at the brain surface. The dura is in the way. There's simply too much attenuation. To solve this problem, we're developing a new optical system that uses medical standard fluorescent dye to image vessels underneath the tissue. We're also exploring applying our laser imaging system to deeper tissue structures.
This is a real-life SEM image of our latest design. On the left there, you can see the end of the thread. In the middle is the needle, and on the right is actually a piece of my hair. So yeah, it's extremely small. And besides being really small, there's a lot of other challenges associated with designing this. One challenge is that we have to use the needle and the protective cannula that it sits in to grab onto the thread and to hold it while we peel it from this protective silicon backing. And then we have to keep holding it while we bring it over to the surface and then release it from the cannula during insertions. Another challenge is that we don't just have to get the needle through, we have to get the thread through as well. So we really have to focus on optimizing the combined profile of the needle and thread together. And these are just some of the challenges associated with designing something like this. This allows us to iterate in under an hour for new designs. The latest design, seen on the right, can actually insert through 9 layers of Duroc, totaling 3 millimeters on the benchtop. This is far more than we could ever expect in a human with significant margin.
We're developing synthetic materials that mimic the biological environment. This allows us to learn as much as we can on benchtop and start taking steps away from the industry standard of animal testing. Developing accurate proxies, though, is challenging. We've come a long way from our humble first brain proxy, shown here sitting on a plate and consisting of agar and a parafilm sheet. And while simple, it allowed us to perfect robot insertions through countless benchtop tests. Today, our proxy is slightly more complex, where we've upgraded to a composite hydrogel-based brain proxy that better mimics the modulus of real human brain.
In this image, I've highlighted the calcarine sulcus in red in an MRI. It contains a map of the visual world, the visual field. It's about the surface area equal to a credit card on each side. And if you unfold it and flatten it, you see that the image is inverted, it's upside down. But more interestingly, it's distorted so that the central part of the visual field, the fixation point, is greatly magnified. So for example, if you look at this image of Lincoln, if you look directly into his right eye, everything to the left of that fixation point is directed to your right visual cortex, and everything to the right goes to your left visual cortex. His eye, even though it's very small in the image, is magnified in the brain to occupy nearly a quarter of the surface area of the visual cortex. We've inserted our device into the visual cortex of 2 rhesus monkeys, whose names are Code and Dash. That means we can record activity from their visual cortex generated by their normal home environment as they roam around. But as we all know, monkeys love banana smoothie. That means we can easily teach them to fixate points on a screen and reward them. We can reward them very precisely because we can track the location of their eye using an infrared camera. And if we take all these receptive fields and accumulate them together, overlap them, and place them on a computer monitor for scale at a typical viewing distance, you begin to get an idea of how much of the visual field we can cover with this preliminary device. Let's look at Code performing this task. I want to show you first at 1/4 speed. There's a visual flash, and he makes an eye movement towards it. The monkey can only see what is white on this screen. He can't see his own eye movement, and he certainly can't see when we stimulate. But here we stimulate, and he makes the same saccade to the same location because we stimulated the same electrode. Nothing appears on the screen at that time, and he has no other cue to make that eye movement. This is a schematic of what a visual prosthesis using our N1 device might look like. A camera, the output from a camera would be processed by an iPhone, for example, which would then stream the data to the device, and the image would be converted into a pattern of stimulation of the electrodes into visual cortex.
You've already heard about how we can use the N1 link as a communication prosthesis to help someone with spinal cord injury control a computer or a phone, but it can also be used to reanimate the body. Let me show you how. First, a little neuroanatomy. Movement intentions arise in motor cortex and are sent down long nerve fibers through the spinal cord. These are upper motor neurons. In the spinal cord, they synapse, that is, make a connection with another motor neuron, a lower motor neuron, which sends these movement intentions to the muscles, which contract, and in turn you have movement. This pig has more than one Neuralink device. There's a device in the brain, but there's also one in the spinal cord. And we can stream neural data from this device, these devices, in real time and use them to do things like decode the movement of the joints of the pig. So here you can see on the left a time series of the hip, knee, and ankle, and we're decoding those movements. And as before, you can see we're able to track the position of the joints and also stream neural data as well. Okay, so let's stimulate an electrode. So here's one electrode on one thread that when we stimulate causes a flexion movement of the leg. So on the left, you can see the movement of the joints, And you can also see the time series of the stimulation pattern in yellow. So the leg is moving up. Here's another electrode, which when we stimulate causes an extensor movement. This is actually a little harder to see because the leg is straightening and the hips are shifting. But if you look carefully, you can see how the leg is moving.
Called neurotransmitters. Neurotransmitters are released from the end of an axon in response to an electrical spike called an action potential. When a cell receives enough of the right kind of neurotransmitter input, a chain reaction is triggered that causes an action potential to fire, and the neuron to in turn relay messages.
As you can see, they're really into this. It's from 3 years ago. They've been working on this, and they will continue.
So we've got
to keep working on this, because we're in the time of restoration. So now, let me show you. Our time frame to restore. It's the time we're in. This is the time we're in. So when you're looking up, I wonder what time that we're in at this moment. Put in as I will restore. See what kind of verses comes up. Anything that deals with restore is going to have something bad attached to it. Meaning what? A punishment, something like that, like Deuteronomy chapter 28. You're going to see the blessings versus the curse. See, the restoration of Israel and Judah. Father says we're in a time of restoration. Yet still, people are still being killed on the streets and all that kind of stuff. What does that mean? We're still in a time of restoration. Restoration is we're removing what shouldn't be and putting what should be. Only the ones who are to be are the ones who are going to survive this broom that's coming. All these things are broom. Death is like a broom, sweeping away the wicked. None of the righteous, in that sense, unless you're dying for the sake of our name, is going to be a righteous death. None of them. So when you look in the Bible, Jeremiah 30 and 17, what? The restoration of Israel and Judah. If we go into it, let's see what happens. We start at the beginning. We're going to see some things. See, look, the restoration of Israel and Judah. Where are you looking for now? Restoration. You're looking for restoration. That is the scriptures you're looking for. You're looking for books that talks about restoration. Because watch this. While everything negative is happening, you're going to see it right there in the time of restoration. There's negative things taking place in restoration. But it says what? To whom? To the nations. Restoration of Ariel and Judah, right? This is the word that came to Jeremiah from Yah. This is what Yah, who the judge of Ariel, says. Write in a book all the words that I have spoken to you. For behold, pay attention. That's the symbol right there. Behold, symbol. So each time you see the words, behold, behold what? Behold the man's hands that's raised in the air. Behold. Anytime you see the word behold, that's the symbol. Period. That's the banner. So he puts the banner there. For banner, the days are coming. So he's literally announcing the banner first. And it says that day is coming when you will see this banner, right? Declares Yah, when I restore from captivity my people, Ariel and Judah, declares Yah, I will restore them to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they will possess it. Watch this. These are the words that Yah spoke concerning Ariel and Judah. Yes, this is what Yah says. A cry of panic is heard. But wait a minute, we just talked about restoration. We just got through talking about we're supposed to be restoring. But now it just went into a time of panic. A cry of panic is heard. A cry of terror, not of peace. Wait a minute, say what? Ask now and see, can a man give birth? Why then do I see every man with his hands on his stomach like a woman in labor, and every face turned pale? If you want to know what time that we're in right now, look for the times of restoration throughout the Bible, and you will begin to start to see the present, current events taking place within those scriptures. Look for the restoration, because inside the restoration, you're going to see the degradation also as well. You're going to see the wicked right there and what they deserve. You're going to see what we did also as not being innocent, but what we have done and what the Father's trying to restore us from. And it will tell you who he's going to take you to. Inside of restoration, it's going to also be named whom your leader is and who you are to be following. And if you're not following him, then you do not know the signs of the times. You are literally playing with Yah. You're playing with him. Let's go. How awful that day will be. None will be like it. It is the time of Jacob's distress. Look, in the time of restoration is also Jacob's distress. But what happened? But he will be sealed out of it. He will be saved out of it. Aha. On that day, declares Yah of hosts, I will break the yoke off their necks. Who in that day? And what? In the time of restoration. And tear off their bonds. And no longer will strangers, what? Watch this, enslave them. That means if you're not up under the king, then you are in enslavement still. Because the Father's not going to leave you without a king. He's not going to do that. And your king is not going to be invisible. That's why he's called the living Yah. So you want to say that like, well, my king is invisible. It says you are the living Yah, meaning living amongst us, Yah. You are the living God. He's the God of the living, not of the dead. Meaning what? He walks amongst us. The Sadducees and the resurrection. But concerning the dead rising, have you not read about the burning bush in the book of Moses? How Yah told him, I am the Yah of Abraham and the judge of Isaac and the judge of Jacob. He is not. Why in the world did the Messiah go straight to so-called dead people? I love that. I know they were sitting up there perplexed, like, wait a minute. You just said he's the God of the living, not of the dead. Every single person you just named is dead. I'm the same way. Like the way he says it in such a complex parable. Have you ever heard he's the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? He's the God of the living, not of the dead. Somebody gonna tell him? You know Abraham is dead, right? You know Isaac is dead. You know Jacob is dead. You say he's the God of the living, not the dead. Why you name them in the context of living, and you name 3 dead people? He was picking their brain. He was saying, even though they're dead, they're still alive. He did not speak anyone who will be living at that moment in the physical sense. He named everyone he named 3 witnesses of 3 dead people and said that the one who you're supposed to be serving, he's the God of these 3 dead people. And then say he's the God of the living, not of the dead, but named 3 dead people. But didn't say he's the God of the living. But he said he's the God of them, of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who are currently dead. He ain't to be playing with. My brother was not to be. I know their brain was scrambled. Their brains was scrambled. And I'm on him at the same time while he's doing this. The Holy Spirit there is speaking with his brother to these people. He has fried their brains. The Sadducees in the resurrection, but concerning the dead rising, have you not read about the burning bush in the book of Moses? How God told him, I am the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob. He is not the God of the dead, but of the living. You are badly mistaken. I gotta read this. This is hilarious. It's hilarious. There you go. The Sadducees and the resurrection. Then the Sadducees, oh, I love this. Then Isa told him, give to Caesar what is Caesar's. That's what's going to happen. Everyone who belongs to Caesar or the devil is going to go to the devil. That's, you have no choice. It's just going to happen. And to the true king, what is the true king? That's what's going to be happening. A dividing of the people. Those who go to the devil and those who come over to the true king of that whole entire heaven and earth. That is who I am. Now, I don't care if you believe it or not. That is not my business. But at the end, when you have to stand before me, you will see what I said to you was not a lie. No matter what you believe, no matter what you think, I'm the only one on this earth who has been sealed. Period. No one else has that testimony. Let's keep it moving. And they marveled at him, right? They're going to marvel at the beast, right? Let's go. The Sadducees and the resurrection. Then the Sadducees, who say there is no resurrection, came to Isa and questioned him. Teacher, Moses wrote for us that if a man brother dies and leaves a wife but no children, the man is to marry his brother's widow and raise up offspring for him. Now, we all know now, just by them saying that, speaks of Judah and his boys who went into myrrh, meaning these Sadducees and Pharisees are our people. They're not the other nations. They're literally the 12 tribes, or a part of the 12 tribes of Israel coming at the Messiah now. Now we see the whole thing with the Sadducees and Pharisees are literally a family affair. It's the 12 tribes of Israel questioning truth colors. It's the 12 tribes of Israel coming at King David, truth colors, coming at Isa. It's the same exact thing. What's going on here? This is the 12 tribes that's coming at the Messiah. They'll be the same ones who's trying to get him killed. Because they came, teacher, Moses wrote for us. This is the people that came out of some slavery. They came from Egypt. That if a man brother dies and leaves a wife but no children, the man is to marry his brother's widow and raise up offspring for him. Now there were 7 brothers. This sound like one of those. This is one of them super brews. Talk to the Messiah. I got him. Don't worry about that. This was like IUIC. trying to come at the Messiah. You understand now? I'm trying to put you in the right state of mind. This is GOCC trying to come at the one who's called Messiah. Oh, you Messiah, huh? Ha ha. All right. We'll try this on for size. Ha ha. Woo! Well, our teacher Moses, they're going to call him teacher because since you call yourself a teacher, you know, so I'm going to give you the respect. Teacher. It's almost like in a mockery sense. They don't mean teacher. But they said, but since you are a great teacher, we're going to see where your knowledge is on the Bible, on the law. They're focusing on the law, but don't understand that life is standing right before them. Let's go. Teacher, okay, or moray, okay, all right, or heart of Psalms, how you want to put it. Moses wrote for us that if a man's brother dies and leaves a wife but no children, the man is to marry his brother's widow, all right, and raise up offspring for him. Ha ha ha. What you say about that? Now, there were 7 brothers. The first one married and died. Oh, snap. Oh, he going there. He going there. Calm down. Leaving no children. All right. Hold on. I got this. Hold on. Besides up here, sitting up here just patiently, trying to let him get his little piece of information out. Then the second one married a widow. Oh, he bought a second one. Oh, I see where you go with this, boy. But he also died and left no children. Oh, this is a complex one right here. And the third did likewise. He had a third one in, dog. He had a third one in. Oh, my goodness. So let you know that they're in a mindset of what? In this way, none of the 7 left any children. And last of all, the woman died. In the resurrection, then, whose wife will she be? For all 7 were married to her. Isaiah or Isa, heart of Psalms, said to them, aren't you mistaken? You went through all that riffraff. I'm going to tell you, you got everything wrong. Your mind is twisted. Your mind don't understand things. So that's how you speaking what you're speaking right now, because you don't have an understanding. You have some knowledge, but you don't have understanding. Because you do not know the scriptures. You do not understand the scriptures. Because he's quoting scriptures to a certain extent, but you don't understand what he's saying. So the Messiah says, you're mistaken. Why? Because you don't understand the scriptures. Obviously, he has a knowledge of it, but he don't understand what was written. You don't understand the law of Moses. You don't understand what you're saying at your own mouth. You don't have no clue what you're talking about. That's what he just said to him. Watch this. Or the power of Yah. Are you mistaken because you do not know the scriptures or the power of Yah? He said, you don't understand the power. You don't understand what you're talking about. How are you going to speak on some things that you don't understand? When the dead rise, they will neither marry nor be given in marriage. Instead, they will be like the angels in heaven. But concerning the dead rising, have you not read about the burning bush in the book of Moses? How Yah told him, I am, watch this, the judge or the king of Abraham, the king of Isaac, and the king of Jacob. He is not the king of the dead, but of the living. You are badly mistaken. The greatest commandment. Now one of the scribes, this is still what? The 12 tribes of Israel. Doing what? Testing out the one who is called Messiah, or Isaiah, or Yasha. You understand? Or Yashi. You know Yashi means my husband. All right. Now one of the scribes had come up and heard their debate. Noticing how well Isa had answered them, he asked him, which commandment is the most important of all? Isa said, this is the most important. Hear, oh, watch this, Ariel. Yah, our judge, the Lord is one. Love the Lord your judge with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind and with all your strength. Notice he said this. This is the most important. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our Yah. Why did he say R? He's talking about all the 12 tribes. R. That is multiplicity of the tribes. Then he goes right there. He says, look, the Lord is one. So the one who's going to be sent amongst you is going to have the Father, the Son, because he himself is the Son. If he's one, it's not multiple. You got one. You got the Lord our Yah is one. There is literally 3 in 1. Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. Why? Because there's 3 in 1. And with all your strength. The second is this: love your neighbor as yourself. No other commandment is greater than these. Right, teacher. The scribe replied, you have stated correctly that, watch this, that Yah is one, and there is no other but him. He's going to be the living Yah. And to love him with all your heart and with all your understanding, see, and with all your strength, and to love your neighbor as yourself, which is more important than all burnt offerings and sacrifices. When Esau saw that the man had answered wisely, he said, you are not far from the kingdom of Yah. And no one dared to question him any further. Now, I love this part because he is talking to the 12 tribes of Israel. And he's about to literally leave them open and calls for a book to be sealed. He's going to seal this book. He's going to seal the book up. All this conversation. Look, no one dared to question him any further. And no one's going to question him even further after this part as well. Meaning what? They're going to seal the book. Since the Messiah and the Holy Spirit is there on him, is the book. Once he says these things, he seals up the questioning. So the scribes and Pharisees are left with a hole in their chest. They've already been deemed out like not understanding the scriptures, not knowing what they're talking about. Let's go. So the Messiah, they don't want to answer no questions. The Messiah is like, all right, now, since y'all asked me a question, I'm going to ask y'all a question. Whose son is the Christ? Meaning what? The one to come. Because they think they know. Because literally they question them because he's like, you say you're the Christ or you're this. So they want to question the one who's supposed to be the Almighty. So the Messiah is like, all right, you don't want to answer me no more questions? That's cool. I got you where I want you. Now let me ask you this question to further keep this bad boy closed until he shows up. Whose son is the Christ? While Esau was teaching in the temple courts, he asked, how can the scribes say that the Christ is the son of David? Would this not be physical knowledge or mental knowledge or emotional knowledge that we would know even of our day today? He's the son of David. If he's the son of David, that means he must come from King David's body. Right. Speaking by the Holy Spirit, David himself declared. So it shows you already there's a oneness with David and the Holy Spirit. A oneness. They are one. The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet. David himself calls him Lord. So the son that comes from David's loins, David himself is calling him Lord. Because the father is showing him that, because remember the father said, your son that comes from you will be my son. And I will be his father. And he shall be my son. So David sees what the father's going to do. And he himself orders a writing calls the one whom the father said is going to be a son that comes from David. David calls him Lord. Watch this, out of respect. It's the same respect that I would have for when I come, whatever, and I say I don't want to take King David's spot, I say I'll call myself what? Little David. So it's reciprocated. I'm not trying to come to try to take over. Oh, I'm, at the very beginning because it's not given to me in that moment. So I go up under. I'm calling myself the branch of David, which means what? The son of David. Now, by me doing that, signifies what? The Father says, you're already going to suffer for my name's sake. He says what? David, the one that comes from your body, he will be my son and I will be his father. Then the Father tells me, October 7th, 1987, what? You will suffer for my name's sake, meaning what? You're going in my name. If you're going in my name, that's literally him telling me at that moment, you're my son. Aha. So David calls himself Lord. So how can he be, watch this, David's son? And the large crowd listened to him with delight. It's just a whole like a debate going on. Who knows what? Let's see what happens. In his teaching, Isaiah also said, watch out for the scribes. They like to walk around in long robes to receive greetings in the marketplaces and to have the chief seats in the synagogues and the places of honor at banquets. They defraud widows of their houses and for a show make lengthy prayers. These men will receive greater condemnation. No one answered him. I can find a verse of scripture when we get to that part where no one, and I mean no one, Father said, keep going on to the widow's offering. The widow's offering. As Isaiah was sitting opposite the treasury, he watched the crowd putting money into it. And many rich people put in large amounts. Then one poor widow came and put in 2 small copper coins, which amounted to a small fraction of a denarius. Isaiah called his disciples to him and said, truly I tell you, this poor woman has put more than all the others into the treasury. What's he talking about? For they all contributed out of their surplus, what they made over. But she, out of her poverty, has put in all she had to live on. Meaning what? She gave a tithe truly from what she had. She made a sacrifice. This is all she had, and she gave it. She gave in the least amount, but she gave it, watch this, from her heart. Not because, I have it to give. Because if the other ones, they didn't have it to give, meaning even they were supposed to pay the 10th or whatever, they still wouldn't have paid it. They would have kept it to themselves. That's why he said, for they all contributed out of their surplus. What is that surplus? Overage. What they had over. I got a little left over. Meaning what? It wasn't the first. A surplus describes the amount of an asset or resource that exceeds the portion that's actively utilized. A surplus can refer to a host of different items, including income, profits, capital, and goods in the context of inventories. A surplus describes products that remain sitting on store shelves unpurchased. You see, they gave what's left over. An amount that remains when a use or need is satisfied. And assets or receipts over the disbursements. A value of assets after subtracting surplus. I had a little extra left over, so see, assets, leftovers. It wasn't the first. Excess, overabundance,
surplus,
oversupply, remnant, remains, leftovers. So it's like you have steak and you made it fresh, right? For the most part. And you have asparagus and you have some mashed potatoes, all that kind of good stuff. maybe some beans, right? All right. And everyone gets a portion first. Your family gets to eat of it. Yum, 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 yum. Now, tomorrow when you wake up, there's leftovers. I'm going to take whatever's left over and I'm going to donate it over to the king. I'm going to give it over into the treasury. I'm going to put it over into the church. I'm going to put it over today. You've already eaten first. Now you're giving what's cold. What's left over was no longer fresh. You can give it over. That's what he said. He said, they didn't give me as first tithes. They didn't give into the church or give where it was at as a first tithes and offerings. No, they literally gave what they had remaining over. All right, now, if I have a little something left over, I'll give from that. Residue. Leftovers. Excess, excessive, excess, leftover, left, unused portion, remaining left of the balance, the extra part, the reserved part, the spare part, the unwanted part, the unneeded part. I've already took my need out of my tithe, out of my offering. I already took it out. So whatever is not needed, that now becomes my tithe. What I didn't use is now what I'm gonna give. See, the other part is what necessary. What you're supposed to give. So he's up there telling them, and I've never heard this in the church ever before. He said they gave out of their leftovers. He's literally telling them they didn't give to that. They didn't give the way they were supposed to give according to the scriptures. These rich people are giving from their leftovers. But she, out of her poverty, has put in all she had to live on. Meaning what? She gave a full tithe. There's this. Christ, the son of David. He shuts them down with that one. There it is. Matthew 22 and 42. Ooh, it's just got hot again. I'm over here sweating. Bullocks. This is crazy. Sweat. All right. Remember, it said they no longer questioned him. No longer. We're going straight to that part. Remember, give the Caesar what Caesar's. It is. So he done did that part. Remember the law. All right. So he goes right back. It takes us right back into what finished off in Mark 12. Mark 12. You see the same thing here. You run to Caesar with Caesar's. Greatest commandments. You see that right here, right? Giving to Caesar with Caesar's. Love your neighbors. Then it goes into who's Christ. All right. Matthew is there as well. Whose son is the Christ? While the Pharisees were assembled, same Pharisees and scribes that we see that starts this off, Matthew and Mark are there. Sadducees and the resurrection. They're bearing witness of the same account. Let's go. While the Pharisees were assembled, Isaiah questioned them. What do you think about the Christ? Whose son is he? Remember, Mark wrote that said they did not want to question him no more. And no one dared to question him any further. But then he questions them. So now Matthew is capturing what happens at the end, and he shuts it down completely. While the Pharisees were assembled, Isaiah questioned them. What do you think about the Christ? Whose son is he? David's, they answered. Isaiah said to them, then how does David in the spirit call him Lord? For he says, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet. Now watch this. He literally saw the Father call the Son that comes from his body Lord. So Father is calling David's son Lord. And it says, the Lord said to my Lord. David is calling his own son that comes from his body Lord. And is calling the Father also Lord. Sit at my right hand. So the Father is telling David's son to sit at his right hand until I put your enemies under his feet. Now, the scripture says that when I put the enemies under your feet, this ties us right into other scriptures. This is all part of restoration. When I put David's enemies, when I put his enemies under his feet. This is in the covenant that the Father made with David. Actually, almost like the same words. He said, when I put your son's enemies under his feet. So we need to go to the covenant the Father made with King David. Because he is speaking of restoration. Here it is. 2 Samuel 7:1. This is where it's taking us to. And we have to follow the breadcrumbs to find out everything. See God's covenant with David. What did he say? Because that's exactly what it's going to be. The Father promises him so many things. This is what restoration is. When we say shalom, when we say shalom, when we saying shalom, we're saying, Father, do what you said you will do. Restore, bring forth the covenant you made with King David. The Father said this out of his own mouth. Now then you are to tell my servant David that this is what, his father, the Lord of hosts says, I took you from the pasture, from following the flock to be ruler over my people, Israel or Ariel. I've been with you wherever you have gone, and I've cut off, watch this, all your enemies from before you. Now I will make for you a name like the greatest in the land, and I will provide a place for my people, Ariel, and will plant them so that they may dwell in a place of their own and be disturbed no more. That's what's happening right now with our people. This is all part of restoration. When we say shalom, we're saying this. No longer will the sons of wickedness oppress them as they did at the beginning, and have done since the day I appointed judges over my people, Ariel. I will give you rest from all your enemies. Here we go. The Father declares to you that he himself, meaning what? King David and the Father and the Son are one, that he himself will establish a house for you. And when your days are fulfilled and you rest with your fathers, you are dead, I will raise up your descendant after you, who will Not who has, but who will. He said what? Somebody dead is coming from your body. It's almost like the resurrection thing. Whose wife shall she be in the resurrection? The Father is speaking the same exact kind of language right here. Like, what did he just say? He said, and you rest with your father. That means you are dead. I will raise up your descendant after you who will, or who has already come from your body. No, who will come from your own body. How do you get semen from a dead man? I'm asking questions. Maybe in science, they're going to go and, scrape his genital area and maybe see if they can scrape up a little pieces of some sperm and see if they can make one in the laboratory. Maybe that's what this is denoting. Because the way that this is talking, the only way this can happen is like never. You have to think the unthinkable for this to happen. Because the way that this is talking is like, okay, so you're going to raise a dead person. A dead person is going to have a child. Who will come from your own body. And I will establish his kingdom. Now, here we go. He will build a house for my name. You will suffer for my name. And I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be his father. My Lord said to my Lord, here it is. I will be his father, my Lord, and he will be my son. So since he is Lord or is creator, he is also co-creator. My Lord said to my Lord, sit down on my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool, or up underneath your feet. I will be his father, and he will be my son. When he does wrong, I will discipline him. What did he say? I will discipline him with the rod of man and with the blows of the son of man. But my loving devotion will never be removed from him, as I removed it from Saul, whom I moved out of your way. Your house and kingdom will endure forever before me, and your throne will be established forever. So Nathan relayed to David all the words of this entire vision. Watch what David said. David's prayer of thanksgiving. Then King David went and sat before Yah and said, who am I? Do you know I got a whole album called Who Am I? That was like one of my first albums. Who am I? Go talk. Let me see what I find. Documents. Broken vessel. Should be like, there it is. Who am I? I'm looking right at it. Let me just show y'all, because like, yeah, if I say things like that, yeah, come back and prove it. Always. Boom, boom, boom. Who am I? Who am I? Right there. Who am I? Who am I? All right. Going back to it. All right. Now, and said, who am I? Oh, yeah. That's so powerful. That's just, woo, that's powerful. Okay. Oh, man. That is wow. Wow. Thank you, Father. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your truth. Thank you for, wow, okay. Who am I? Oh, yeah. And what is my house that you have brought me this far? And as if this was a small thing in your eyes, oh, yeah, you have also spoken of what this? About the future of the house of your servant. Now, he says servant. The scripture says what? Who is my chosen servant? Who is, meaning what? The one who I have chosen to what? Enhance his house. Whose house? Whose servant? Whose house? Whose servant's house am I going to establish forever? Who is my chosen servant? Or my chosen servant? Or this is my chosen servant? Or here is my chosen servant? Behold my servant, whom I uphold, my chosen one, in whom my soul delights. I have put my spirit upon him. He will bring forth justice to the nations. He will not call out or shout aloud, nor make his voice heard in the streets. Meaning what? Come to me, all you. He's not going to do all that. He's not going to be preaching in the streets. He's not going to be yelling from the top of his lungs. You know how you see like people doing street ministry? He's not going to do that. So anyone doing that, they're not it. Okay, there we go. Here is my servant whom I uphold. See? Look at my servant. What did David say? He says he was a servant. You have spoken concerning your servant. You have also spoken about the future of the house of your servant. Now we see who the chosen servant is. Here is my chosen servant. Here is my servant. The only servant who we'll be talking about is commanding to what? To a covenant that the Father made. That is it. Point blank, simple. Let's move it. All right. Is this your custom? See? Meaning what? You don't do this with everyone. Meaning what? This is the chosen servant that we see all throughout the scriptures that the Bible is talking about. This servant, this chosen servant to come, this new covenant that's coming. That's why David wants to put out here like, wait a minute. He's from the ancient times saying, wait a minute, this is not a normal. I don't recall reading none of this in the scriptures about you doing anything. So he's asking, what? Is this your custom? Because I've never seen this before. I've never heard this before. Is this your custom with man? Meaning what? It's almost the same thing like, do you do this with everyone? Think about it. Do you do this with everyone? Oh, yeah? What more can David say to you? For you know your servant. Here is my servant. Oh, yeah? For the sake of your word and according to your own heart, you have accomplished this great thing and revealed it to your what again? Your servant. So anytime you see these words servants, it's talking about something in the future. You can see who he's talking about. King David. How great you are, O Yah, for there is none like you, and there is no Yah but you, according to everything you have heard with everything we have heard with our own ears. Meaning there was a cloud of witnesses who were there who actually came through when Nathan came through and said these things in David's presence. Yeah. Gotta love it, man. And who is like your, what's this, people, Ariel? To one nation on earth. What'd he say? One nation, one king. The one nation on earth whom Yah went out to redeem as a people for himself and to make a name for himself. You will suffer for my name. You perform great and awesome wonders by driving out nations and their gods from before your people, whom you redeemed for yourself from Egypt. He's going to do it again. For you have established your people as Ariel, as your very own forever. And you, O Yah, have become their judge. And now, O Yah, confirm what? Forever. The word you have spoken concerning your servant and his house. That is all of Ariel. Confirm your word you have said about my kingdom. When they say the kingdom come, your kingdom come, they're talking about King David's kingdom come. That's the only kingdom that the Father has promised to bring upon this earth and establish. He has not promised no other kingdom to come, nor be established on this earth, but except King David's kingdom. That is it. Period. Do as you have promised, so that your name will be magnified forever when it is said. Yah of hosts is judge over Ariel, and the house of your servant David will be established before you. What house is being established? What kingdom is coming forth? King David's kingdom is coming forth. For you, O Yah of hosts, the judge of Ariel, have revealed this to your servant when you said, I will build a house for you. I will build a house for you. Therefore, your servant has found the courage to offer this prayer to you. And now, O Father, you are judge. Your words are true. And you have promised this goodness to your servant. Now, therefore, may it please you to bless the house of your servant, that it may continue forever before you. For you, O Yah, have spoken, and with your blessing, the house of your servant will be blessed forever. Now, concerning this is my chosen servant. He's telling them, do as you have promised. The only kingdom that's coming forth is King David's. That's it. King David becomes the house. He becomes the door. Ties into what? I have made David a witness to the nations. That's his kingdom. This is restoration. Give ear and come to me. Hear me that your soul may live, and I will make an everlasting covenant. Meaning what? This covenant has been made with King David. You're going to become a part of it. Invitation to the needy. Invitation to what? To Ariel. Invitation to the diaspora. Incline your ear and come to me. What? Open up your ear so you can hear what's going on. Come to me. Listen. Watch this. So that your soul may live. Meaning what? I'm going to have some information that's probably going to be detrimental to your very soul. If you want to live, listen. I will make an everlasting covenant, my love and devotion promise to David. What did he say? I will not take away like I did to Saul. I will never take away. See? But my loving devotion will never be removed from him, as it was removed from Saul, whom I moved out your way. What did he say over here in Isaiah? Love and devotion. I will make with you an everlasting covenant, my loving devotion promised to David. So now when people see the word, my loving devotion promised to David, it should trigger, bam, the promise. It should tell you exactly what has been established, what is coming forth. That's why it's put there as a witness. Boom, the witness is right there. Then it takes you right over to Isaiah, which is what? What is to come. Do not focus on what was old. I'm doing something new. But my love and devotion will never be removed from you, from him, as I removed it. I will never remove it from your son, who was what? Who was actually King David. But my love and devotion promised to David. What's the promise? He's talking about the covenant. Behold, I have made him a witness to the nations, a leader and a commander of the peoples. Who is he talking about? Go back to 2 Samuel. Establish a house. Here it is. He will build a house for my name. He's talking about him. And when your days are fulfilled and you rest with your fathers, I will raise up your descendant after you who will come from your own body, and I will establish his kingdom. See it? I will establish my kingdom. No, he said his kingdom. So the will of Yah is to establish the kingdom of David, David's son. And I will establish his kingdom. He will build a house for my name. And I will establish his throne, the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be his father and he will be my son. My Lord said to my Lord, when he does wrong, I will discipline him with the rod of men and with the blows of the sons of men. That's a belt to his behind. Behold, I have made him a witness to the nation. Who I have made? The ones whose kingdom I'm going to establish, his throne forever established. I've made this king, the one who's going to come from your body, David. I've made him a witness to the nations. He's also a leader, a commander of the peoples. Surely you will summon a nation you do not know, and nations who do not know you will run to you. For Yah, the Holy One of Ariel, has bestowed glory on who? King David's son. Why? Because the father took him as his own son and said, I will be a father to him. Therefore, the same glory that comes on the father flows down to King David's son, who is actually King David, reborn again. Period. The father tells King David, I'm going to reborn you. You're going to be reborn again. And you're going to have glory put upon you. In love and devotion, a throne will be established in the tent, in the body of David. There it is right there. In love and devotion, see here it is. My love and devotion I will not take away. From whom? From him. From your son, David. Here it is. In love and devotion, talking about the son of David, a throne will be established in the tent of David. He will come from your body, David. A judge seeking justice, and hastening righteousness will sit on it in faithfulness. Meaning what? He ain't going to give up. When King David's son come, he doesn't give up easily. He don't give up. He's going to keep going and keep going, keep going. Instead, they would serve the Lord, their God, which is who? Yah, and David, their king, whom I will raise up for them. This is all part of restoration. In the midst of it, we see in these different verses of scriptures, there's some bad things taking place. This is the one whom King David saw. He saw his son that comes from his own body, or he saw himself, in a sense, elevated. And the Messiah is trying to ask him, like, do you understand what the scripture is saying? They have no understanding. Until I put your enemies on your feet, he said, so if David calls him Lord, how can he be David's son? Like, all right, so this son that comes from King David's body, and King David himself is calling him Lord. Why? Because the father made King David a Lord. He put him on the same status as him. No one was able to answer a word, and from that day on, no one dared to question him any further, because they would ask him another question. He's like, all right, first, you still got to answer my question. I gave you a question and you couldn't answer my question. Now you want to ask me another question? That's not right. First, answer my question and we can talk. From that moment on, conversation has been shut down. Right. So yeah. So this is where we at. Said they would serve Yah and David their king, whom I will raise up for them. As for you, O Jacob, my servant, do not be afraid, declares Yah, and do not be dismayed, O Ariel, for I will surely save you out of a distant place. What are we still talking about? Restoration. This is where we need to be at. In the books is where you need to be at. Anything that talks about restoration, that is the time period which you're going to be seeing. Now, the enemies are going to be trying to move about, but understand these attacks are what they are. Simply, they're going to be a lot of failed attacks. Failed attempts. The only ones who will get caught up in this broom is the wicked. Remember, the word's been promised to you that you will only see it, but you yourself will not go into it. Your descendants from the land, see, of their captivity. Land of their captivity. Not land of the free. Land of their captivity. For I will surely save you out of a distant place. Your descendants from the land of their captivity. America is captivity. The United States or United Snakes of America's all day long is captivity. The UK, captivity. All over the earth, instead of where we come from, the Father has promised only freedom, only in our place where we come from. Not in the places where we've been sent to. Over in the Gambia, we don't think about someone just coming up with a knife and just stabbing us, killing us, or anything. We don't really think about someone coming up with a gun and just shooting us. And we're not in threat of our lives day and night over here. Like, oh my goodness, if I get pulled over by the cops, put my hands up, I might get shot. We don't live in threat of our lives no time since we've been here. Now in America, you don't know if you get pulled on the cops like that. You don't know if that could be your last day. Here, we don't think about that. That is the farthest thing of our mind of thinking about we're going to get shot by the cops daily. The most you're going to have is people ask you for money. And somebody might try to steal. And in certain areas, yes, they do kill. I ain't going to lie about that. I cannot. But it does not happen frequently. And it's usually people from the UK, black people from the UK who get murdered like that. They get taken off to a side somewhere like that, and they get double teamed, stabbed, left for dead. And they take off their little valuables. Jacob will return to quiet and ease. Will return to quiet and ease. So what is he before? He is out of control. Jacob is going to return to quiet and ease. Right now, he is up in an uproar with no one to make him afraid. Who's making you afraid? The cops. You up there driving on the street, you get pulled over, woo, woo. You be like, oh man, dang, the cops, man. I think it's my task, good, everything good. Okay, where is it that he pulled me? All right, look. How you doing, officer? Yeah, license, registration, everything. Yeah, was there any reason why I'm being pulled over? Yeah, we noticed that your light is kind of out. Yeah, I was gonna get that fixed. Everything cool. Okay, well, okay. You know, that could turn bad quickly. We done seen it happen so many times. Just for a traffic light, or even just for pulling over for your light, right? A light bulb missing. Jacob will return to quiet and ease, with no one to make him afraid. For I am with you to save you. Now, what does that mean? You literally have to be with me for me to save you. You got to be representing the banner. You understand? Declares Yah. Though I will, watch this, though I will completely means completely. You understand? So this Neuralink is the way of completely destroying the nations. That is not your portion. Somebody need to say that. Like, that is not my portion right there. You know, that is not the portion that the Father has for me. This is not. Though I will completely destroy all the nations to which I have scattered you. So look where you've been scattered to. Look where our people have been scattered to. And the Father said he's going to destroy all those places where your foot has treaded there. I love it. Love it. Love it. I will not completely, destroy you. Meaning what? I'm going to only get rid of the trash. So the ones who are disobedient and everything like that, I'm going to whoop them. But the ones who also come in, I'm still not going to leave you unpunished. I will not completely destroy you, yet I will discipline you justly and will by no means leave you unpunished. For this is what Yah says, your injury is incurable, your wound is grievous. There is no one to plead your cause, no remedy for your sores, no recovery for you. All your lovers have forgotten you. Meaning what? The stuff you was taken to for the nations for, they've forgotten you. They no longer seek you. They no longer what? Have use of you. That's why they're trying to get rid of you right now. We no longer need really black people no more. We just don't really need them. Not the black men either way. We want to keep the black woman around so we can actually reproduce with her, but that's about it. For I have struck you as an enemy would, meaning the Father letting you know that it was him who struck you. I hit you as if I was your enemy. With the discipline of someone, what did he say? With the discipline of someone cruel. For I have struck you as an enemy would with the discipline of someone cruel. What is he using? Metal. Steel. He's using guns. He's using weapons. With the discipline of someone cruel, meaning what? He's using task force. He's using the force. He's using the squad. He's using the police officers. Police brutality. For I have struck you as an enemy would, with the discipline of someone cruel, because of your great iniquity and your numerous sins. Why do you cry out over your wound? Your pain has no cure because of your great iniquity and your numerous sins. I have done these things to you. Meaning what? He says, you're saying Black Lives Matters. That's you crying out over your wound. Because remember, Black Lives Matter is based off of the wound we're receiving. What? People are being killed, murdered by the police. Your pain has no cure. Nevertheless, all who devour you will be devoured. And all your adversaries, every one of them will go off into exile. Where we find this at again? Let's go back up. Up under the restoration of Ariel in Judah. Look how accurate it is speaking of what we're going through today. Under what? Restoration. Inside of restoration shows what we did wrong, why we being punished, and how he's going to bring us out. Period. So if anyone comes to you and say anything differently, you can point them right to the scriptures like, wait a minute, well, I've already got a teacher. He's actually your teacher too. You may not recognize him as your teacher, but it's dope when we're on his live and everything like that. He takes us to this, takes us over there. Well, we know about this and this. Okay, well, do you know what time we're in right now? What's the signs of the times right now? What do you mean the signs of the times? What time frame are we in right now? Well, we're being slaughtered, we're being destroyed. Okay. Do you know what time we're in right now? Let me tell you. Well, our leader, well, your leader too as well, says that we're in a time of restoration. Restoration? Can't you see that we're all being shot at? Do you understand restoration also include demolition? It talks about in any parts where it talks about restoration, it talks about demolition as well. Destruction of the wicked. Destruction even of your people who's amongst you who won't listen. It's all in there. Those who plundered you will be what? Plundered. And all who raided you will be raided. But I will restore your what? Your health. Physical health, mental health, emotional health, spiritual health. You understand? And heal your wounds, declares Yah, because they call you an outcast. Now, what does that mean, you being called an outcast? Meaning you don't belong. So at the moment when they begin to tell you outright that black people are not citizens of the place they've been driven to, that's the same time when the Father's going to begin to start to try to restore your health and heal your wounds. Declares Yah. Why? Because they call you an outcast. You don't belong here. Because they call you an outcast. Sayang, for whom no one cares. This is what Yah says. I will restore the fortunes of Jacob's tents. That means what? His cities. The places where he was lodging at. I'm going to restore them. I'm going to make them valuable again. And have compassion on his dwellers. That means he is talking about in Africa. In so-called Africa. All right? Remember, you already say he's taking you out the place of your captivity. So he's bringing, so one place is being degraded while another place is actually growing. So now Africa, or so-called Africa, is now going to have compassion given to it. That's like money. Anything's going to be a form of compassion. Something's going to be given to it. And the cities will be rebuilt on her own ruins. And the palace will stand in its rightful place. That is the kingdom. That's the king's palace, the king's kingdom. Thanksgiving will proceed from them. Look, from the city of David and the palace of King David will stand in its rightful place. Thanksgiving, praises, feasts, Sabbaths, all these different things. You know, these little feasts that we keep, you know, our Passovers will proceed from them. So the feast and all the stuff is going to be sent over to where the palace is. We're going down to the palace for the feast. See, a sound of celebration from where? The palace and the city. So the city is going to be also surrounded by the palace, and the city will be rebuilt on her own ruins, and the palace will stand in its rightful place. Where? In its own ruins. Thanksgiving will proceed from them. From where? The rebuilt city and from the palace. A sound of celebration. I will multiply who? He just literally said in the scriptures, I will multiply them where? Where the city of David is and where the palace is, where I'm going to multiply them. That city can only be named where the people is going to be at. Who is that going to be? Goshen. I will multiply Goshen, and Goshen will not be decreased. Woo! Why is that powerful? Because we have had people who come to Goshen and have left Goshen. But then the Father says that when you get to the land, I will begin to multiply you. Once you get to the land, I will begin to multiply Goshen. And then those numbers in the land will not decrease. I will honor Goshen. And Goshen will not, watch this, be belittled. That is powerful. Man, that is powerful. This is your promises right here, Goshen. Goshen's children will be as in the days of old. That means there's going to be some pregnant people in Goshen, bringing forth some babies in Goshen. And those children that is birthed out of Goshen from those wombs, their children will be as in days of old. Woo! That is powerful. Make you just want to run around now. Just so serious. Watch this. And their congregation will be established before me. What's that? Goshen will be established before me. Watch this. So we're doing Truth Colors right now live from the land. This congregation and everyone who's here, you're right before the Father. He has established this meeting. Let's go. And I will punish all, watch this, their oppressors. Whose oppressors? Goshen's oppressors. Remember the city, the palace? That's not everybody, baby. Just because you black don't mean you get this. It's only a special remnant that's getting this. And they are called Goshen. And we're proving it right now. Let's go. Look what it says. Their leader. Man, shut the fuck though. If this don't get so accurate right now, man, are y'all playing with me? This is so accurate. Their leader, whose? Goshen's leader will be one of their own. Man, if y'all don't, man, let oh. Wow. And their ruler will arise from their midst. What is it? So, Goshen's ruler will arise from their midst, in the midst of them. And I will bring Goshen's leader near, and Goshen's leader will approach me. And I will bring him near, and he will approach me. Remember, from what? From this city, from this established palace. These people, when they have a congregation or have an assembly, guess who's in the midst of it? The Father and the Son is right there. The two sons is right there. The Lord is the living Yah. This is powerful. And I will bring who? The leader of Goshen. I will bring him near to me. And he will be the one who is allowed to approach me. For who would dare on his own approach me? Meaning what? The Father's given, the leadership or the leader of Goshen, he's given him permission to approach him whenever he wants to. Watch this. And this is specifically to Goshen. And you, Goshen, will be my people. Man, this is so powerful. Because remember, we're going back up to what? The palace and the city will be rebuilt on her own ruins. That means it's got to be rebuilt where? At? In so-called Africa. It's not ruins over there in America and it's the United States. That don't fit. So the leadership is going to come from so-called Africa. One who has returned back home. Not one who was born there. Let's go. Because in the midst of this diaspora, the Father's going to multiply and not decrease us. He's going to honor the diaspora, and they will no longer be belittled. The children of the diaspora will be as in the days of old, and the congregation or the assembly of the diaspora will be established before me, and I will punish all the diasporas. I will punish all the diaspora's oppressors. Woo! The leader of the diaspora will be one of their own. And the ruler of the diaspora will arise from their midst, and I will bring him near, and he will approach me. For who would dare on his own approach me? This is talking about one who is a diasporan returning. The returnees, declares Yah. And the diaspora, you will be my people, which is the remnant. Now the diaspora of what? Of Goshen. And I will be your judge. Behold, the storm of Yah has gone out with fury, a whirlwind swelling down upon who? The heads of the righteous. Nope, the heads of the wicked. Notice in the midst of all this beautiful stuff, there is some bad things still happening, but it's still all restoration. We can never, ever lose sight of that. Order your mouth aright. Don't let nothing take away your vibe. Your vibe is restoration. I don't care if you hear something. Did you hear the news? Really bad thing. Yeah, you know, we in the time of restoration. You're like, what? You're going to make them confused, just like the Messiah made them confused when he said, yeah, you know, he's the God of the, you know, of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and he's the God of the living, man, not the dead. So people gonna come with this information. You'll be like, yeah, man, you know, some people just got shot by the cops, and they're like, yeah, you know, it's the time of restoration right now. You talking about restoring? I just told you that my kids just got killed, and you over talking about restoration? Like, yeah, we in the time of restoration. Restore means to put back. Yeah, exactly. But in the time of restoration, you gotta be some demolition. The fierce anger of Yah will not turn back. Why? This is also the time of restoration. Until, watch this, he has fully accomplished the purposes of his heart. Meaning what? Until he has accomplished the full restoration of his people, his anger will not turn back. So in the midst of restoration, to bring forth restoration, some anger got to be involved. There's going to be some depths involved. In the days to come, watch this, you will understand this. Meaning what? The one who will come through and tell you what is happening. Look, you cannot have restoration without degradation, without desolation, without murder. Because those who get caught up in that is their broom. They're catching their ride straight to the junkyard or straight to hell, straight to the grave. Don't be late for your appointment. But if you're in Goshen, then the Father has already spoken about you specifically. He said, I will multiply you. Where at? In the land. We are coming up on our second year here. Meaning what? We're moving into our witness. Restoration has been promised. And the Father has promised to what? Put our enemies under the king's feet. Goshen's feet. Goshen's leaders' feet. Look at this. Y'all are Goshen. No one can ever change that except you actually choose to walk away. Beloved son, that's David, in whom I am well pleased. That's after Spirit came down upon Isaiah, which is David's brother. Restoration is what you want to look at. Look what restoration is speaking about. It's talking about the overturning of the wicked and what's happening to them right now. Do not receive these negative reports. Study your mouth. Watch what comes out your mouth. Watch what comes out your mouth at this time. Don't get caught slipping with your words. Trying to close some of this stuff out. I'm about to get Bob here in a little bit too. Hopefully this is making sense to people. Hope y'all getting this. We are in restoration mode. The Father is restoring our fortunes. That's what our prayers need to be. When we wake up in the morning, it says, seek ye first the kingdom of Yah means what? Meaning what? Thank you, Father, for your kingdom coming. Thank you for bringing forth King David's son's kingdom. The son of David's kingdom forth. Thank you for bringing it forth. I thank you this morning that I woke up. Thank you for bringing forth his kingdom. And I want to thank you for allowing me to be alive and to see it happening in my time frame. Thank you for my daily bread while you have brought me to this land. You didn't bring me here to starve me. You didn't bring me here to make me homeless. You didn't bring me here to do all these things because I don't see none of these things written in your word. So therefore, Father, you have to move on my behalf because I am doing what you told me to do. You told me to assemble to your king and I am here. You can't make it about you. If you make your prayers about you, I guarantee you your prayers is not going forth. Your prayers need to be about what the Father has promised to do in the earth and then how you fit in with that promise, not he fitting in with the promise with you. The Father promised in the last days to save those who will be called by his name, those who will be called by his king, those who will be called by his son. That's what it means. You will suffer for my name. If I'm going to suffer for his name, that means I have his name. That means he's my father. He's telling me October 7th, 1997, you're my son and I'm your father. You will suffer for my name. That's the testimony. Signifying what? You're the ones whose kingdom I'm going to establish forever. All these other things, Neuralink, these are all going to be distractions. They're going to actually be the devices that the enemy is going to be using to take out the wicked. And it's funny. Watch this. Those who are lamed and maimed, they can't stand before the Messiah anyway. So they got to go where they're going to fit in at. That's powerful. It's so real. People who are going to join into this and will give this a shot, number one, they have been failed by many physicians. Many people who've promised that they could probably heal them and cannot heal them. So they've been dealing with this over maybe 10, 20, 30 years, almost maybe majority of their life. I'm tired of going through this. We've seen in the scripture, it says, no one who's named or maimed may appear before the king. Only Mephibosheth was only allowed to appear before King David because he made it a law. He's like, through Jonathan, your father's not here for me to show him kindness. And everything of your father's house is pretty much destroyed. But I made a promise to your father. And me, I must honor that. So even though he is a cripple, he has to honor his promise that he made with Jonathan. And that is only through his son. So even though he is a cripple, to honor a covenant, David says, you will be eating here every day. So I can show the kindness to your father, like I said, I would show. I can't show it to him, so I'm going to show it to you. It's the same thing as showing it to him. He said for me, what? Never to forget his house. So no matter what, so by this condition that this person is in, because of the covenant literally pushes past Mephibosheth's condition. So we can actually meet the conditions of the promise that King David made to Jonathan. He's fulfilling what he said he would do. And with that, he's saying he would be breaking rules, but he's not breaking rules. He is literally honoring the covenant first. But it's not supposed to be a lame person before the king. So now, all these people who can't talk, who can't see, who can't walk, all these maimed that can't stand before the king anyway, is going to go to the waste basket. They're going where? Over to the beast. They're going to go over to the beast and his system. They're going to get implanted, which means what? Oh, that's not mine. It's easy. It's an easy fix. Is that yours, King David? Let's go see. Whoop, they're getting a chip. Nope, not mine. Simple. That's how it works. So any person who is already lamed or maimed in a wheelchair or have sight problems, they're already starting to do human trials. People are going to start like, you know what? They're going to wonder at the beast. They're going to wonder at this technology. They're going to wonder at this system. Now understand, none of this stuff can be going on without the okay from Charles. For FDA to approve, that means Charles and all the other heads have to approve of these human trials. These people might be putting this stuff together, but there's going to be some heads that you may not see in operation behind this. Because remember, they have done this before, not just Neuralink, but they had the other one, BrainGate. And you can see where Neuralink actually gets their stuff from BrainGate. You start to see them like it's a rebuilding. They've been building this system over the years. People have been getting implanted with stuff throughout the years. And we see with Upgrade is coming against all of the other previous modifications to the body and is going straight for a stem or a specific spot and becomes the best weapon against all these other ones. But these other ones will be in competition against him. So he literally uses someone he feels he uses this man's murder, this man's wife being murdered to actually cause him to be like a puppet. Stem is like the brain, and the person who plays as Venom is the body. And it's literally, so it's the same thing as the father-son relationship, the body. And then you got the father who lives on the inside. But in this case, the father is not the one in so-called control. He has placed all authority and judgment rights to the son. But the father is there in the midst of everything. And since the son's heart belongs to the father, he's going to rule as if he is the father, because he's also called Everlasting Father. That's what we're moving into. That's what restoration is. That's exactly what all we're seeing here. All these things must happen. The tornadoes, the lava, the windstorms, people dying, the avalanches, the rioting, every single thing must happen, because all these different things you're going to hear about the punishment of the wicked. 200 people was trampled in a stampede. Portion of the wicked. Guess what? Did you get trampled over? Did it come near you? You was at home watching on the news. Oh, that's sad right there. Okay. Well, what we eating? Some vegetables. Oh, we got some salad. Okay. Woo, some sad, depressing stuff over here, but I'm still living though. That's how it's gonna be. And I'm sorry, but people be like, that is just so hard. No, it's not. Either you're gonna be a part of the covenant and humble yourself under the mighty king that the Father has placed from that diaspora. You can see that the king is coming from out of the diaspora in the midst of the diasporians. It's written. And then whatever congregation or assembly he has, the Father is going to begin to multiply and build it up. Meaning what? It's going to start off low. And it's going to go higher and higher and higher and increase and increase and increase. And people are going to start to see that the Father's with this person when he speaks. And then watch this. You're going to have more people coming in. Like, who is this Truth Colors? Who is this King David? Who is Heart of Psalm? Who is, I got a whip of his music just the other day. I got a whip of his music just last year. And I've been trying to see where I can find more of his music at. Because I can't really see it everywhere else. Well, it's on, some of my songs is on YouTube. Well, a lot of my songs on YouTube. Stuff is on Google Music, Tada, whatever. I'm in a couple places. You just like research Heart of Psalms all together. HEARTOLPSALMS, which will be a name above every name, because the Father and I came up with that name, and there's no one else in the earth that has that name, literally. Now, there's many people who has the name Isaiah. People have the name JC. Many people have the name David. Many people. Nobody, and I mean nobody, has the name Heart of Psalms. Nothing. So that would become the name that's above every name. There would be also the name of our artist, which would be also a name that would be given glory, given honor, and be lifted up. And be also the one who will be actually the one who will be speaking over the microphone, doing the music, King music, all that kind of stuff, you know. It's all there. He sent forth his word and healed them. He rescued them from the pit. So every single, look, he will raise a banner for the nations. We know who that is. It's the Son of David. Because that's the only kingdom the Father promised to actually establish. He did not promise to establish anyone else's kingdom. When he said to Saul, remember, he put him out the way. He says, I removed him from before you. And I took my loving devotion, my loving kindness from King Saul. So he's not talking about him. So the one whom the Father promised to King David is the one who will raise a banner for the nations. He will raise a banner for the nations and gather the exiles of what? Of Ariel. The what? The exiles mean the diasporians. Exiles means the diaspora. The diaspora. An act or disinstance of being forced to leave one country or home. So the diasporians are the ones who the Father said he's going to be in the midst of them. And their leader is going to rise in the midst of the diasporians, the exiles.
Exile.
The exiles is going to have a leader.
Exile.
Exiles mean you're not here in Africa or in this land. You're returning. The opposite is the return, right? So banishment, expulsions, deportation, eviction. The ones who have been evicted, separated. The ones been driven out. They cast out. Remember it says, since they said you've been cast out, ejected, transport, thrown out, excommunicated, ostracized, displaced, outlawed, uprooted. The Father says, from you, I am going to raise up a leader. The leader of the exiles. So watch this. There is no person who can be leadership over Goshen other than a diasporian. If you're not a diasporian, you cannot be leader over Goshen. Cannot. And then you can't be leader if the Father don't know you. The Father must choose you to be leader. Because if you try to come before him inside of Goshen, you try to come over in Goshen, try to take over in Goshen, and try to become leader, Father will kill you. He will remove you. He will call you to be crazy. Somehow, some shape, form, or fashion, no matter how it happens, he will cause you to be removed from Goshen. I guarantee you.
Diaspora.
The dispersed or spread of people from their original homeland. So we just got through seeing the exiles. People who have spread or been dispersed from their homeland. They always want to try to make it seem like it's something else, but it's not. We see what it is. A diasporan. See, ancestral land. So he's talking specifically to Goshen. People can say what they want to say, but here it is, baby. People want to choose the people who's over here in so-called Africa and say, oh, we're supposed to be following them. No, 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 no. Dispersion was exile. Displacement, which we've seen with exile. Exodus. And the Father said he's going to choose a leader from a refugee. A refugee he's going to be a refugee leader. The Father said that. And gathered the diaspora of Ariel. He will collect the scattered of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Who? The one who raises the banner. That means they're going to come up under who? Goshen. They're going to come over and put the banner up. That's how you know there's 144,000, because they're going to come over. And they're going to come over and submit themselves under the mighty hand of the king. The mighty hand of the living Yah, the living judge, the living king of our people. And no resident of Zion, I love this part, and no residents of Goshen will say, I am sick. The people who dwell there will be forgiven of iniquity. Let you know what? Only people who are sick is because the Father has not forgiven your iniquity. So we become here. Look, see, the Lord exalted. Who? The King exalted. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get it. Yeah. Let's go. The king is exalted. Woe to you, O destroyer, never destroyed. O traitor, never betrayed. When you have finished destroying, you will be destroyed. When you have finished betraying, you will be betrayed. You understand what is going to happen to the nations, right? The ones who've never been betrayed is going to be betrayed. The ones never been destroyed is going to be destroyed. So if America's never been betrayed or destroyed, guess what's going to happen to America? You guessed it. It's right here. It just told you what's going to happen. Let's go. Oh, Yah, be gracious to us. We wait for you. Be our strength every morning and our salvation in where? In Jacob's trouble, in time of trouble, which is what? Jacob's trouble. Be our strength every morning and our salvation in time of what? Jacob's trouble. The people flee the thunder of your voice. The nations scatter when you rise. Your spoil, O nations, is gathered as by locusts. Like a swarm of locusts, men sweep over it. The king is exalted, for he dwells on high. He has filled Zion or Sierra Leone with justice and righteousness. He will be the sure foundation. See, he will be the sure foundation for your times. He will be the sure foundation. The foundation is being restored, right? The foundation of the house. A storehouse, watch this, of salvation, wisdom, and knowledge. The fear of the king is Zion's treasure. Say what? The fear of King David is Zion's or Goshen's treasure. Behold, the valiant ones cry aloud in the streets, the warriors do. The envoys of peace weep bitterly. The highways are deserted. Travel has ceased. They're painting a picture. Something has happened. The treaty has been broken. Now, wait a minute. It's saying something has happened. Now, you know, when they come out and say that certain places are independent, so-called Africa over here, Africa over there, it's like a treaty has been cut. So like a person being said, you have your independence, you have your peace, you have whatever. Something crosses the line and issues or starts a war. So like what we see now, everything seems to be so peaceful, no one, whatever. Something is going to happen where a treaty is going to be cut. That means an attack is going to come. A lot of people know that can't stop our vibe though, right? They can't stop us. Let's go. The treaty has been broken. See, the witnesses are despised. And human life is disregarded. Is anyone listening to this? Is anyone listening to this? And that's what's been going on, right? A lot of people been dying. Human life is no longer regarded. We just got through hearing Elon Musk said most of us are cyborgs. You can't, he said your phones and all your technology is an extension of yourself. No, my phone is my phone. It's not an extension of me. My phone don't look nothing like me. I can put my face on my phone, but my phone don't have no legs. My phone don't have no arm. My phone might have a face, but that's all it is. It's just got a head. What's your phone? My phone is a head. Because it ain't got no legs. It ain't got no feet. I mean, it ain't got no feet. It ain't got no hands. It ain't got no fingers. So how this phone gonna be an extension of me? Look at that. I mean, this is some bull. If I'm an extension of my father, that means he has hands. He has fingers. He has a face. He has eyes, he has nose, his mouth, he has hair, he has arms, he has legs. If technology is an extension of us, where's the legs? Where's the arms? Just a face. This is not an extension of me. Because a lot of times we go out, we don't even have our phones. They be like, so where's my extension at? A phone is a tool. That's it. It's not an extension of us. Now listen to the mindset of what the world believes now. Because after they done heard Elon Musk, like, yes, there's an extension of us. That's a lie. There's nowhere in the scriptures. All right, so the phone's an extension of us, but then the Father says don't have idols. Don't worship wood. Don't worship stone. It's an extension of me. That means I don't have no arms, don't have no legs. It's like a disabled person. If you think of your phone as an extension of you or any kind of thing that's technological is any kind of extension of you, then it means you are disabled. You're number one disabled up here. You can't even see. So we do not, in Goshen, believe that our technological advances are any kind of extension of human life or humanness, period. Nothing. Only those who rock with the beast and his system and his words will actually see that. The land mourns in languages. Lebanon is ashamed and decayed. Sharon is like a desert. I'm going to go on a limb and say what Sharon is. Sharon is like a desert. Let's do it. This is what I believe Sharon is. He said it's like a desert. It's like, meaning it is not. But it's like a desert. And it says something about a camel. Let's go right in there. Not that one. Look, see? Sharon is like a desert. Bashan and Carmel shake off their leaves. Now I will arise, says Yah. Now I will lift myself up. You will suffer for my name's sake. Now I will be exalted. You conceive chaff. You give birth to stubble. Your breath is a fire that will consume you. It means your own words will take you out. I told you, your own words is your own destruction. Your own words. Your breath is a fire that will consume you. That's your words. You will be judged by your own words. Which says every idle word that a person speaks, they will be judged by. That is your judgment. That's what's going to send you to hell. Your words. The people, see, will be burned to ashes. By what? Your own words. Your breath is a fire that will consume you. That is your words. It's not my word like a fire. Your breath is a fire that will consume you. The peoples will be burned to ashes, like thorns cut down and set ablaze. You who are far off, hear what I have done. You who are near, acknowledge my might. The sinners in Zion are afraid. Trembling grips the ungodly? Who of us can dwell with a consuming fire? Who of us can dwell with everlasting flames? He who walks righteously and speaks with sincerity, who refuses to gain from extortion, whose hand never takes a bribe, who stops his ears against murderous plots and shuts his eyes tightly against evil. He who dwell on the heights, the mountain, fortress, or palace will be his refuge. His food, what? Will be provided, and his water assured. He said, your eyes will see the king in his beauty. He just said to you in Isaiah, you're going to see the one who's my chosen servant with your very own eyes. You will meet him. You will behold his beauty. You will be able to speak to the one who I'm going to send you to. This does not talk about him coming from the sky. It talks about him being in the land. Your eyes will see the king in his beauty. Number one, he did not say the king is ugly. There's a lot of people calling themselves king and they look like fugly. What's your name? My name is King. King what? King of the uglies? King, what are you? My name is King. What, King Lizard? That's what you look like. You look like the lizard. The king of the roaches. So it said the king has beauty. He is beautiful. Your eyes will see the one who is the true king. Notice he's not coming from the sky. You will behold him come from the sky. And then sitting down amongst you. Oh, so there you are. Okay, let me bow down. You came from the sky. No, he's right there in the midst of you. He's grown up in the midst of you right there. You will see him with your eyes. That means he's going to have functions like that of the human body. He's going to pee. He's going to do number twos. He's going to eat. He's going to drink. He's going to laugh. He's going to pet jokes. He's going to get angry. All these things, the one who created you is going to have all the same functions you have in the midst of you. You're going to have a full beard. Your eyes will see the king in his beauty. And behold, a land that stretches afar off. So he just told us what? Land that's afar off. Your mind will ponder the former terror. You would think about what you just came from. Once you are delivered, you'll be like, wait a minute, I just came from almost being killed, but I'm here now. Where is he who tallies? What tallies up the score? Where is he who weighs? Where is he who counts the towers? You will no longer see the insolent, meaning what? I told you, that's what this thing is. Only the ones who are insolent, who are wicked, are going to sign up for this. That's it. It's for them. It's to take them out. A people whose speech is unintelligible. He is talking about definitely what? The UK, America, Latin. Anyone of this seed is getting jacked up. Understand that. Who stammer in a language you cannot understand. Look upon Zion, or Sion, the city of our appointed feast. Woo! Your eyes will see Negro land. A peaceful pasture, a tent that does not wander, meaning what? It doesn't move. It's there day after day. its tent pegs will not be pulled up, meaning what? Nothing's happening to Sanyang. Nor will any of its cords be broken. But there, the majestic one, watch this, our Lord, our King, will be for us a place of rivers and wide canals. But there, the majestic one, who? The King. The King of Kings and Lord of Lords. He's going to be there. Where no galley with oars will row, and no majestic vessel will pass. Meaning what? He's going to a place of the land where you don't see boats and all this other kind of stuff at. No galley with oars will row, and no majestic vessels will pass. For the King is our judge. The King is our lawgiver. See? The Lord is our King. That's powerful. For Yah is our judge, and Yah is our lawgiver. Yah is our King. King of kings, Lord of lords. It is who? The King who will save us. He just told you specifically the King, the same ones, the King you will see with your eyes in his beauty is the same one who is bringing forth salvation. Now, how does that salvation come from the sky now? You should be sick and tired of hearing Christianity speaks. Your ropes are slack. They cannot secure the mast or spread the sail. Then an abundance of spoils. Watch this. Your ropes are slack. Things are not tightened up, right? You're not able to tighten up loose ends like the way you need to. They cannot secure the mast or spread the sail to cause you what's to have? What? Forward momentum. You're trying to have forward momentum, and it's like you don't have forward momentum at a time. Now, what happens? Then an abundance of spoils will be divided. Something is coming. And even the lame will carry off plunder. And no resident of Zion or Sayang will say, I am sick. The people who dwell there in Sayang will be forgiven of iniquity. It's specific. There is a place that I'm already looking into. Some things I've already been talking to people about. What I want to do, what we're trying to work on right now, because I've looked at some certain parts of scriptures, and I got to say this stuff like in front of GOSHEN, like face to face. This is not something you just say here, because when I bring it out, people be like, "What?" I'm like, "Yes, this is what it is." Like, you have to go in opposite of pretty much what they say how to even make a living. If you want to come up, you have to go opposite of what your oppressors tell you. Your oppressors have you on a money system that they created on how they do for pay scale. You will never get rich or ever come up or ever be enough to feed your people by following their scale. And if you do, you're going to be broken by the end when it's over and said and done. If you're working for the UPS, working for any kind of mail, something like that, they're paying you $16 or $20 an hour, guarantee you your body parts is coming apart. You're doing something that's going to cause your arm to hurt, your back to hurt, throw it out, something like that. But there's also, you can do some work that doesn't require none of that at all, but it's considered to be outlawed. But you cannot find nowhere in the scriptures where it is wicked. The kingdom of Yah suffers violence, and the violence must take it back by force. They came and took the land by force. You got to take your riches, your money, your position, your standing. You have to take it by force. For what it is you're going to have to use to come up, a force is already against it. It's outlawed. It's considered to be illegal. But that is the way you come up quickly. That is you taking everything back by force. If you go off of the money system they gave you, you will always stay borrowing. The moment you move to grabbing what they say you can't have, you can't do, you become a lender, no longer a borrower. But the law is going to be on the wrong side of our prosperity. The law will be there to hinder our prosperity, not to pump, not to push us to it, but to keep us down. In order to break those ties, you will have to do what they probably consider to be illegal in order to go up. When you come to the land, that's how it will be. Period. It's going to be illegal, but it's not illegal. But that's the way you come up. If you have a problem with that, stay with what you at. Stay with your beans. Stay with all that you got. Stay with it. Stay there. Be content. And then when it's no longer content, is no longer paying even for any content, the mentality will change. I'm telling you. You need to see why things is legal. Why things are not allowed to happen. Because somewhere else it is legal. And it is allowed to happen. And you're taking from their surplus or taking from their profits. And they want to stop you from doing that. But it don't belong to them. It belongs to you. So you have to take everything back by force. Literally. If not, stay poor. Stay needy. Stay in the same place where you are right now. Stay there. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not saying nothing else. I'm about to play GOSHEN. Can't stop my vibe. I'm about to GOSHEN my vibe. I'm about to play that. And I'm about to get up off here. I'm gonna show you where to look at. So when you're doing your studies and whatnot, you go to restoration. Type it in, restoration, Bible verses. Look there. Start at the first part of the scripture. Start at verse 1 and read all the way down. When you see about the righteous branch, it always brings in what's going on in the midst. Woe to you, pastors, you shepherds of my flock. And it says in the time, what? Going all the way down, after he's talking all these different things, I'm going to bring up my righteous branch. So entitled restoration is going to always be a negative plot. But he's going to show you, I'm going to bring you up out of that. This is what I'm going to do. This is what you did. This is what you did wrong. This is what I punished you for. This was going to you exactly to the T. Then he goes into restoration. This is what I'm going to do at this time, in this hour. Meaning what? When he is born, at the time when he's born, in his days, meaning what? On his birth. And at that time, moving on forward, on forevermore, I'm going to be doing this. That's what that means. All right. So that would do it for us here on True Colors. This has been wonderful. I'm going to play GO-SHEN My Vibe, and if from there, the outro. Those just give. You know what I'm saying? Like, as you see me giving those with people. Now imagine we have 100 people giving tithes, offering, you know, the first part of it, not the leftovers. Think about what King could do. Think, where my brain be at? If I had 100 people, say for instance, gave me a tithe, whatever, the tithe of 400. Then even if it's an offering either about the same amount, it's 400 as well. And that comes over here. 400 equates to 25,000 dalasis. Actually, $419 equates to 25,000 dalasis. We have 100 people that give that, just on that part. Boom. What is King going to do? King is going to go get land. What he's going to do? Just put, he ain't going to be renting. He's going to be going to a plot of land I want this, I want this, I want this. And he's going to begin to start to build a what? A city. Start to, just like the Bible says, that's where his mind is. Where it has vegetation, where it has all these different things, and he's going to pick a nice part of the land to do it on. That is my mentality. But I can't do it by myself. I mean, I could try, but I'm not supposed to. The scripture says, take all of the tithes, offerings, and put it into the storehouse. It says, where the scripture just got through saying? It says, with the king is the storehouse of salvation. So he just now said, let's look at it. Malachi 3. If I would not pull from the storehouse a blessing that you cannot contain. And it said the king is a storehouse. Let's go there. Here it is. He will be the sure foundation for your times, a storehouse of salvation, wisdom, knowledge. The fear of Yah is Zion's treasure. See, leaning not to your own understanding. Now, Malachi chapter 3. He's going to bring in what? Storehouse. I will pour you out a blessing. There it is. Behold my messenger again, my chosen servant. He's talking about who? King David. See, the coming day of judgment. Behold, I will send my messenger. Behold, I will send King David, who will prepare the way before me. Or behold, I will send the son of King David, who will prepare the way before me, which is actually who? None other than King David himself, right? He's coming from his own body. Then suddenly, see, the Lord you are seeking will come to his temple. Meaning what? The same one that says, I saw my Lord, say to my Lord, sit down on my right hand until I make the earth your footstool, right? Or make your enemies, you know what I'm saying, put your enemies up on your feet. Then suddenly the one whom the Father promised, what? The King David, you are seeking will come to his temple. The messenger of the covenant. The covenant of what? Messenger of what covenant? The covenant between the Father and King David. Whom you desire will come, says the Lord Almighty, which is what? The kingdom, right? But who can endure the day of the king's coming? And who can stand when the king appears? For he will be like refiner's fire, like a launderer's soap. This is about the king. Let's go. And he will sit as refiner and purifier of silver. He will purify the sons of Levi, the priests, and refine them like gold and silver. Then they will present offerings to the king in righteousness, right? Then the offerings of Judah and Jerusalem or Negro land will please the king as in the days of old and years gone by. Then I will draw near to you for judgment, and I will be a swift witness against sorcerers, adulterers, perjurers, against oppressors of the widow and fatherless, and against those who defrauded laborers of their wages. See, I told you. And deny justice to the foreigner, but do not fear me, says Yah of hosts. Robbing Yah. Here we go. Because I, Yah, do not change. You descendants of Jacob have not been destroyed. Yet from the days of your fathers you have turned away from my statutes and have not kept them. Return to me and I return to you, says Yah of hosts. But you ask, how can we return? Do you understand now? So all of our people, period, got to go through this. Will a man rob Yah, rob the king? Yet you are robbing me. But you ask, how do we rob you? In tithes, what else? And offerings. Both. You're not giving me the necessities that I need to do what I need to fulfill what the Father sent me to do. So therefore, since I can't move, you can't move either. You are cursed with a curse. The same curse that's in Deuteronomy chapter 28 lies on you because your tithes and offerings are not put where they're supposed to be. It's powerful. The tithes and offerings is related to the curse. So to come up out the curse, you're going to start going to storehouses. That's when we start going into the Isaiah 33, bringing that storehouse in. You are cursed with a curse, yet you, the whole nation, all the 12 tribes of Israel or Ariel, are still robbing me. We can't make this no more simpler than that. Because the nations have not come together and start to tithe to the one true king of Ariel. They're going through what they're going through right now. And they will continue to keep going through it. But the remnant who is of me will come in. And some things will be changed. You understand? I love this. Let's go. Bring, what do you say? Half the tithe. Bring in the leftovers. Remember, we talked about that earlier. The Messiah said they gave leftovers. The woman, she gave the full tithe. She gave what she was supposed to give, what she owned. Bring the full tithe, where at? Into the storehouse. Let's go get it. Isaiah 33. The king is exalted, for he dwells on high. The king, he has filled Zion with justice and righteousness. He will be the sure foundation for your times, a storehouse of salvation, wisdom and knowledge. The fear of the king is Zion's treasure. Back to Malachi. Bring the full tithe into the storehouse. Storehouse is what? What's the king gonna do? So that there may be food in my house. Where the house at? In Zion. The king is exalted, for he dwells on high. He has filled Zion with justice and righteousness. It takes money to buy land in Zion. You can't just go up there and say, oh, I'm going to buy it with my pretty looks. No, you have to have money. Bring the full tithe into the storehouse. Why? So he can do what he need to do, so that there may be food in my house. Look what he said. Test me in this. Try me. Have 100 people send what they say they're going to send to the king. 400, 19, 500, whatever the tithe is, whatever the offering is. See what he does. We already got things we're already working on right now. Test me in this, says the Father of hosts. See if I will not open the windows of his. He said, the way to get blessed is by tithing to my son. Offering to my son, not leftovers, but what you're supposed to give to him. If you say, man, I got to see if I'm going to eat today or tithe. If I'm going to see if I'm going to eat today or I'm going to give an offering. Offer. Why? Because you open the door for the Father to give you forth a miracle. Try to fend for yourself and feed yourself. Take care of yourself. Watch you not have what you need. You'll have a lack. You've had more, but then now you will have lack. What you think you're going to have will not be enough to cover what you need to do, because you done ate your seed. Literally. Let's go. Says the Yah of hosts. See if I will not open the windows of heaven. See, that's the place where you don't see. And pour out for you blessing without measure, because you gave what belongs to Yah, what belongs to him. You now have a blessing without measure. I will rebuke the devourer. Now, guess what that means? That means the enemy can't come in and take from you no more, because you done gave the tithe. You done gave the offering. You stay sustained in where you at. You don't lose no ground. You gain ground. Watch this. Spiritually, you gain ground. Mentally, you gain ground emotionally. If your emotions are out of whack, you will gain it. If your mind is out of whack, you'll get it back. If your anything in your physical, your body will start to be healed. Healing can start taking place in your body just by being obedient. Sin is a result, or sickness is a result of sin, right? See if I will not open the windows of heaven and pour out for you blessing without measure. I will rebuke the devourer, for you. I will rebuke him. That means what? If there's any kind of disease, anything on there, the Father be like, go from that body. Get up out of there. This person is mine. They done been tithing and offering to the king. You cannot be here, sickness. Bye-bye, cancer. Bye-bye, tumors. Bye-bye, HIV, AIDS, herpes, syphilis. Heart disease, diabetes. Bye-bye, because you're submitting. I will rebuke the devourer. See, look at this. Don't cancer devour. Don't AIDS devour. Don't any of these diseases, don't they devour? They devour money, they devour your time, they devour your emotional dignity. I will rebuke the devourer for you. Not, watch this, not for the king, for you personally. This is for you. Has nothing to do with me. You done did what you're supposed to do for us in the kingdom. Seek ye first the kingdom of Yah, the kingdom of David, and his righteousness. What is the requirement of his kingdom? And all these things will be added unto you, so that it will not destroy the fruits of your land, and the vine in your field will not fail to produce fruit, says, watch this, Yah of hosts. Then all the nations will call you blessed. Then, when the king has enough money to go over to Zion and begin to build, then all the nations will call you blessed. For you will be a land of delight, says the Father of hosts. That means the king has his eyes set on some land. And the land that I choose to start building on, guess what? The Father's going to smile upon. And other people are going to begin to come over to that land and begin to also purchase and begin to also get land as well. And they're going to be living amongst the kingdom or the community of Zion up under the king's guidance. Am I making sense now? Now look what's happening also at the same time. A book of remembrance. Now, the book of remembrance is a good thing, and also sometimes it's a bad thing, right? Your words against me has been harsh. People have said a lot of bad things against King. I'm telling you that now. They've said a lot of harsh, bad things. Says Yah, yet you ask, what have we spoken against you? Do you understand? When you speak against King, you are speaking against the Father. So the Father does not separate any word said against the king and say, oh, I'm just saying it's against the king, and it doesn't, you're not speaking against the Father. The Father takes it as one. So the people in the world, when they speak what they say against Heart of Psalms, whatever like that, you're not speaking just solely against Heart of Psalms. The Father's trying to show you that we are one in our efforts. He wants to show that there is no breakdown between me and the Father or my brother, that we are one, and when we make a decision, we make a decision. That's it. He says, your words against me have been harsh. Look what the next part it says. Says Yah, or says the Father. Yet you ask, what have we spoken against you? Meaning, well, I didn't say nothing against the Father. Look what he points to. You have said it is fruitful to serve the king. What have we gained by keeping the king's requirement and walking mournfully before, watch this, the King of hosts? So now we call the arrogant blessed. All right, so the king, so this, we see some people who's walking around who seem to be arrogant. We call them blessed. Not only do evildoers prosper, they even test Yah and escape. Almost now watch this, ties in perfectly. Let's look at this. Not only do evildoers prosper, I've seen people say some things against the king, and they still seem to be, watch this, prospering. They even test the king and escape, meaning what? No harm has come to them. I want to do what they doing. Why? Because they done did it. Ain't nothing happened to them. They were here and then they left and they seem to be doing good. Am I making sense now? Let's go. At that time, those who feared the king spoke with one another, and the king listened and heard them. So a scroll of remembrance was written before him regarding those who feared the king and honored who? His name. It's not about what other people are doing. What are you doing? Watch this. They will be mine. So the king says what? They will be owned by me. says Yah of hosts. So the ones who are up under the banner, up under owned by Yah, the Father says they're mine too. On the day when I prepare my treasured possession, meaning the land's got to be prepared. It's got to be things put upon it. It's got to have buildings put upon it. It has little less the buildings upon it. Many people are not. So a lot of people trying to sell this land or whatnot and try to put things on here. But then when we come here, we're trying to put a whole community, a store, all kind of things. You understand? Restaurants. And I will spare them as a man spares his own son. Why? Because his son is in the midst of them all, who serves him. See? And I will spare them as a man serves his own, as he spares his own son who serves him. Meaning what? The Father said he will spare his son and those up under his son because he serves the Father. So you will again distinguish between the righteous and the wicked, between those who serve the king and those who do not. Meaning what? Just because you see people speaking against the king, you don't see nothing bad happening to them, does not mean nothing bad will happen to them. It just means it's just not yet time. But then when we begin to start to get what we're supposed to get, then their time of also remembrance of what they said wrong will be also be happening for them. But because we have not started any kind of building on the land, there's no need to actually, bring forth any kind of destruction or anyone who's actually said anything ill-mannered towards or against the king. You understand? Now, this seems like it might be Sharon. He says Sharon will be as a desert. Sahara, desert, literally means desert. It says Sahara is a desert on the African continent. But guess what? We all know that this is not really a desert. I believe this is Sharon. Yeah. So now y'all see all this. I'm about to get ready to go get up out of here. I just had to bring this stuff out, let you know what's going on. So those people knows what is happening, what we are doing. And you can see nothing has been hidden before you at all. Nothing. We're telling you what we're trying to do, what we want to do, what we will do. That's what the king is working on right now. King is working on land. King is working on a place that we can call home. A place where we don't have to pay rent on. A place where there's no longer any rent going forth. We are literally owning it. The only thing we got to put on there is cash power. That's it. Any kind of increase, we have the increase of our own. It's one thing you can have money here, but if you're constantly spending, you are still a consumer. Nothing's coming back to you. You're constantly just taking whatever is given to you monthly and you're spending it on rent. This is 130,000 dalasis. Now, once you get to 220,000 dalasis, that is 5,000 USD. 5,000 USD can start you land, owning land. If you have 10,000, you can definitely have land there too. 5,000 can probably start some work or get you some land. Get the land, start the process of going through it, Then also, watch this. You got boots on the ground. You have people on the ground here. GO-SHEM back properties right here. Who is boots on the ground. We can see land. You have gemstones of truth. You have GO-SHEM black properties. Gemstones of truth. They also looking out land.